Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Ajax Sports Flex for our match against Centennial College against George Brown Huskies. Before the beginning of this match, we do want to recognize some of our seniors that will be moving on after this year. So, if for those of you that don't know me, my name is Kareem, and I am the varsity coordinator for Centennial College. So I'm going to start with our first senior, and our first senior is one who has been with us since the beginning of our program, joining us prior to the COVID lockdown. He has been the leader and the voice of the team ever since. In our shortened 2021 season, Jack led us with an even 9 strikeouts per 9 innings on the year. Jack has demonstrated what it means to be a Colt, both in the classroom and on the field. He will forever be honored as a captain and builder of this program. Thank you, Jack, for everything you have given us, and all the best in your future endeavors. If you can come up, Jack, we have a little token of our appreciation. And if we can get the coaches, we'll take a photo. Thank you. Our next senior that we want to recognize is Josh. Josh joined us last year and made an instant impact on our program. In 2021, Josh led the team in batting average and hits, tied for first in home runs, and finished second in runs scored. He leads by example and has earned the respect of his fellow teammates, being named one of the 3 team captains this season. Josh is quite a leader who has never taken a day off and gives 100% to everything he does. Thank you, Josh, for what you have brought to the program. We are all very proud of you. Please come up. You want to? You don't want to come on with the photo? There's no pressure. Thank you, Josh. The next senior that we want to recognize is Cameron James. Cameron joined us in 2021, bringing his competitive and jocular nature with him. Cameron has played all over the field for us in his career, acting as our starting shortstop in 2021 and playing both on the mound and in the center field this season. Cam currently sits third all-time stolen bases at Centennial. Thank you for everything that you have done and you have brought to this program, Cameron. You truly will be missed. Thank you. And last but certainly not least, we have Ryan Hussey. You will not find a more dedicated or harder worker than Ryan. Ryan joined us in 2021 and has been the loudest voice on the field every day since. It is not an easy task for Ryan to do that. It is not an easy task for Ryan to do what he has been asked of him every day, and he does it all with a smile, and he says, "Yes, sir." Ryan is a team player and an athlete. Coach Anderson wishes he had 24 more of you. Thank you, Ryan, for your commitment to the program. We wish you nothing but the best in the future. It was an honor having you represent the Colts. Thank you, Ryan. So once again, thank you, seniors, and good luck in all your future endeavors.
A touching moment. The Colts celebrating their seniors ahead of today's ball game. We want to welcome you to our stream today. Jory Negan-Schechter, joined as always by Ryan Watson, as we've got Centennial Colts men's varsity baseball ahead very shortly. The Colts set to take on the George Brown Huskies. It's really awesome to see that out there. And something a little bit about that home cooking for the homecoming game. The Colts at home here at Ajax Sports Complex. They have done wonderfully so far this year at home, hitting a robust 366 with a 450 on-base percentage and a 500 slugging percentage compared to the road where their hitting has been maybe a tier below. So something about that home cooking clearly working for the Colts, eh, Ryan?
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing better than having success at home, you know? Home field advantage is called home field advantage for a reason, and the Colts are showing exactly why it holds that moniker there. Kudos to these seniors for a lot of them toughing through the shortened seasons thanks to COVID and even the canceled seasons because of the pandemic. Kudos to them for sticking it through and being here with us. And I know for a lot of them, this might be their last stint in competitive baseball. And as a former athlete, I know that the victory lap is always a sentimental one. So kudos for them for performing the way they have so far this season.
Absolutely, no doubt about that. Well, we've got our starting lineups just ahead, so we'll turn it over to Ryan Miller for the announcement.
Both teams getting ready to take the field for the national anthem, and the starting lineups coming in just a moment.
And now, with your starting lineup for George Brown, leading off first base, number 29, Robert Vavarutas. Second, third base, number 23, Jarrett Lipton. Batting third, catcher number 23, Brady Wagenhofer. Batting fourth, center field, number 17, Kyle Bandura. Batting fifth, right field number 19, Carlos Acosta. Batting sixth, shortstop number 3, Christopher Peters. Batting seventh, designated hitter number 25, Braden Tremblay. Batting eighth, left field number 22, Tyler Romandel. And lastly, batting ninth, second base number 5, Noah McDonald. Finally, on the mound for the Huskies, number 7, Hayden Westling. Also introducing the head coach of George Brown with 5 years experience with the Toronto Blue Jays, and now head coach of the men's baseball at George Brown as of March 2022, Josh Appel. And now, introducing your home team, the Centennial Colts. Leading off for your Colts is second base, number 7, Owen Nicholas. Batting second, left field, number 22, Shoya Hicks. Batting third, designated hitter, number 10, Josh Schwaba. Batting fourth, third base, number 34, Brandon Turner. Batting fifth, shortstop, number 25, Liam Oates. Batting sixth, right field, number 28, Carter Moyes. Batting seventh, first base, number 61, Zach Gordon. Batting eighth, catcher number 21, Robert Salerno. And lastly, batting ninth, center field number 1, Cameron James. Finally on the mound for your Colts, number 38, Brandon Smith. Also introducing the head coach of the Colts with over 20 years of experience, a national championship finalist under his belt, and coaching for the Colts since 2020, Ben Anderson. We'd like to thank all attendees and personnel for attending this game and the Centennial Colts homecoming event. We would also like to thank the coordinators who were able to set up this event. And with that being said, let's play ball.
Well, there you have it. Let's play ball indeed. In case you didn't hear it, the starting lineup for the visiting George Brown Huskies, Robert Vavaturos. He's at first. Jared Lupton, he is at third. Brady Wagenhofer, he is the catcher. Kyle Bandura is in center. Carlos Acosta is in right field. Christopher Peters at third. Braden Tremblay, the designated hitter. Tyler Romandel in left field. Noah McDonald at second. Hayden Westling on the bump. On the bump for the Colts, meanwhile, is Brandon Smith, and he is an ace in every sense of the word. Very deserving of this start today.
Absolutely. Pairing him with Liam Oates, those two have been wonderful for the pitching staff of the Colts. The battery between those two guys and Josh Savoy, a pairing unmatched so far from what I've seen this season. But let's continue with the starting lineup for the Colts.
Absolutely. We'll get over to the lineup for the Colts. It's Owen Nichols leading off, he's at second base. Shoya Hase is in left field. Then we've got Josh Savoy, the designated hitter. Brandon Turner, the big boppers over at third base. Liam Oates is the shortstop. We've got Carter Monick, he's in right field. Zach Warden is the first baseman. Robert Salerno is the catcher. And Cameron James in center field. So with that, Vavasuros, you can see him on deck as Brandon Smith getting his last couple of warm-up pitches in. What are you looking out for in today's game, Ryan?
I mean, the biggest story I think right now is defense versus offense. As rudimentary as that sounds, the pitching staff of the Colts, like I said before, is especially with a guy like Brandon Smith on the bump, is very good to say the least. Meanwhile, the offense of George Brown is also very good. So it's going to be a battle for the Colts on defense and George Brown on offense, and it's going to be a question of whose secondary ability, whether it be the Colts offense and George Brown's defense, which one of those aspects is going to be better than their opposing team.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. So with that, the Huskies step in, and we are ready for some OCAA baseball. Here's the first pitch, and it is in there for strike one. Robert Vavasturos in the box at the moment. He is one of a number of lethal hitters who we will get into for the Huskies. That one's fouled off, and quickly the Huskies behind now 0-2. The Colts, the league leader in ERA. So if they're able to continue to keep hitters off balance, it will undoubtedly be a successful showing. A successful showing for them today. That one is high for a ball.
Absolutely, Jory. But by that same token, George Brown is at the top of the table in a lot of the hitting categories in the OCAA. So it's going to be interesting to see which one comes out on top. Obviously, October in my experience, doesn't lend itself fantastically to defense, that's for sure. With the cold hands, you don't have the greatest grip on the ball. It is not a warm day here in Ajax, so we'll be keeping our eyes on whether or not Brandon Smith can work the way he does. And as I say that, he retires the first batter.
That's right, a nice punch out there. Got him looking, and that'll be the first out of the ball game. So into the box now steps Jared Lupton. That is a big punch out there for the Colts starter Smith. He has done nothing if not strike guys out, as the first pitch here is outside for a ball. It will be a battle. No doubt that one's hit into the gap in the left center field. That'll fall. Making the turn is Lupton. He will think better of it and return back to first base. So the first hit of the ball game here now for the Huskies.
That's a great piece of hitting right there, going opposite field. You can't ask for much more if you are on the George Brown coaching staff. That's exactly what they teach you to do. Drive it to the opposite field. Not a skill that a lot of people have nowadays, but Lupton there showcasing a brilliant piece of hitting.
Absolutely. So up now steps Brady Wagenhofer, and he is a bopper in every sense of the word. That one is up for ball one. Yeah, a bopper in every sense of the word. He has a couple of dingers on the season. One of very few players in the OCAA with home runs. He has power to spare. Smith checks the runner at first. Here's the pitch. In there for a called strike, even now at 1-1.
Product of Newmarket, Ontario. Bit of a farming town up there, you know. Known to breed him big, and obviously standing at 6 foot, Wagenhofer's definitely one of those kids. Now
Runner's
stealing second.
The throw, not in time. So without a stolen base for Lupton, as he swipes that bag. Meanwhile, the pitch was down for ball two, so the count moves now to 2-1 on Wagenhofer. The Huskies, not exactly a team known for their wheels. They're definitely more known for the sticks than anything else, but Lupton showing a little bit of versatility there, which certainly will come into play. Here's the 2-1. In there for a called strike two. Count even at 2-2. This is going to be, I think, the biggest matchup that we will see throughout this afternoon's affair and into the second half of what eventually will be the doubleheader. So here's the 2-2 now. Smith steps off. Plenty of strategy to be thought of here.
What's interesting, Jory, is that these teams are bona fide rivals, amplified by the fact that Centennial head coach and manager Ben Anderson used to work at George Brown.
Here's the pitch. That one's high for ball three.
He's instilled in his players that George Brown is the enemy, that those blue shirts on the first base line are nothing but people in the way of getting to the playoffs and having success here in this season, and we'll see if that message reigns true.
Here's the pitch. That one is down for ball four. So Wagenhofer draws the walk, and for him, I'm sure that is no problem at all with that stick. So up to the dish now steps the center field, Kyle Bandura. He's a big boy himself, as we can clearly see, but the athleticism surely not lacking on the George Brown side. We should get into that playoffs that you mentioned. The Huskies sitting 8-6 on the season, and they're coming off a 7-4 loss to the Fanshawe Falcons. Meanwhile, the Colts are ripping hot. They've won 7 of their last 8, and they are 9-3 on the season. So this one a bit of a mismatch, as that one's popped up, presumably infield fly. Warden camps under it. He will drop it. That is not ideal, so it'll be a foul ball for strike one. Warden lost it in the grayish sky, although there are some patches of blue. Nonetheless, it is certainly not a warm one. It is breezy, to say the least.
Like I was saying, the cold does not lend itself to defense, and I think that was on display right there. A little bit of pregame jitters, being a little too cold by no fault of their own. Mother Nature does what Mother Nature does.
Here's the pitch. That one is down. Fielded cleanly there, though, by the back catcher, Salerno. Count moves to 1-1. Smith again looking in for the sign. Currently just one away. Here's the pitch. In there for strike two. The 1-2 count here. Colts in early danger, looking to keep the donut in the run column in the early going. Here's the pitch. Runners going. That one will get away from the catcher, and a double steal there with no throw. So both runners advance 90 feet. Lupton up to third, and Wagenhofer up to second. That's that speed.
That's for sure, and that's not something you typically like. Stealing third is a tough thing to do, and they did it without even knowing that Salerno was going to drop the ball. I think Salerno saw them going, and his eyes came off the ball a little bit, just in anticipation of trying to catch them stealing. But bit of bad luck there for the backstop.
So that one's a ball down, and it will load the count full. Runners on second and third, just one away. The payoff pitch. That one is hit weakly. It is a foul ball. Fielded there by the third baseman, Turner.
Good patience by Turner to wait for that one to roll fair. He knew he wasn't going to get there in time to get it over to first. And even if you are there with a runner on third, pardon me, it's a good heads-up play by the third baseman there.
Definitely some heady baseball. Count again remains full with first base open. Here's the pitch from Smith. Swing and a miss at the curveball. Dropped it in there and gets the swinging strikeout for the second out of the inning. That was a strong pitch there. Going in with a little bag of tricks, if you will. We've seen him mostly use the fastball, but good stuff there, dropping the curveball in.
He's got a deep bag of tricks, that Smith there, and hopefully it'll get him out of this jam in the early going.
So into the box steps Tarlos Acosta. He as well has a home run on the season. Again, one of three players on George Brown with the round tripper. That one's inside for a ball. Brandon Smith trying to work his way out of an early jam. Here's the pitch. That one's grounded to the shortstop, fielded by Oates. He will toss it on to Warden, and that will end the inning. So no runs on a hit and a walk, no errors, and a pair left on base. We head now to the bottom of the first. The Colts will get their ups. We are back here for the bottom of the first inning between the Centennial Colts, who host the George Brown Huskies, as the leadoff hitter, Owen Nichols, the second baseman, steps up to the dish. We are underway. Here's the pitch. That one's hit up the middle. Fielded cleanly by the shortstop there. He will make the play. That's Peters. And there's one down very quickly.
One pitch, one out. Westling couldn't ask for a better start.
Can't argue with that. That is...
it's called efficiency is what that is.
That's, I'd imagine how exactly he drew it up. So now into the box steps Shoya Hase. That one's fouled off for strike one. Westland looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. In there for a called strike two. Hase being the life beat of the Colts offense in the late going of the season. He's got a .464 average, which paces the whole Colts lineup, as that one's down for a ball. The 1-2. Off speed, not biting, and the count even at 2-2. Here's the 2-2. That one is lashed down the right field line, but into foul territory. Count remains at 2-2. Shoya Hase, no doubt, going to be an important part of the Colts as the stretch run approaches, and they try to make a bit of a run as the playoffs draw nearer.
I mean, I guess you could maybe, I don't know if I might get slack for this. Let's see how this one goes.
That one's hit out to right field. Camping under it is the right fielder Acosta. He'll make the play for the second out of the game.
But hitting your stride in the latter half of the season is always when you want to do it. Obviously, the most notable of in all of baseball, really, is Bo Bichette of the Toronto Blue Jays hitting his stride in September, and I guess you can equate Hase's success in the latter half of the season to that as well. That will definitely need him as October rolls on.
No doubt about that. Josh Savoy, now the designated hitter, steps up to the plate. First pitch is in there for strike one. Yeah, Haas is going to be huge, and the guy at the dish right now, Josh Savoy, is also going to be an important part if the Colts want to make some noise in the postseason. That one's inside for ball one, even now at 1-1. Colts have their hitters. The hitting itself, though, has been a little sporadic at times. In there for strike two.
He's looking like he doesn't like those. He doesn't like those balls at the knee. He's probably sitting on a high fastball, if I were to guess, but I don't think he's going to get it.
The 1-2. That one's hit to the third base side. Fielded nicely by the third baseman. Left him the throw in time, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. Off to the second inning we go. Tied at zeros.
And they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now, wait till you get older. But the media men beg to differ.
We are back here with Centennial Colts baseball action as we head to the top of the second inning. Into the box now steps Christopher Peters for the George Brown Huskies. This ball game, of course, the most important ball game happening north of the border today. The second most would likely be the Toronto Blue Jays game. By the way, that ball's hit out to center field and shagged very nicely by James for the first out. But yeah, I can't think of a more important ball game in Toronto today, at least. I don't know about you, Ryan.
No, I was down at the Rogers Center before the game. Well, it was quite a few hours before the game, but there was absolutely no energy at the Rogers Center. Much more energy here in Ajax for the Colts, from what I can tell.
The fans are rowdy.
The fans are rowdy, and the bats in this game are getting a little more lively than the bats in the Blue Jays game. Blue Jays down 3-0 to the Mariners as that ball is fouled away.
Can't even at 1-1.
Smith looking pretty good through 2. I guess 1.5.
1 and a
third.
That's all right. Smith
We
definitely.
round up here.
We do round up. Smith definitely going to be key to the Colts taking this one. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss there. A nice change up there. Gets Tremblay swinging, and it's a 1-2. Smith working with a nice pitch mix here. He's flashed the changeup a couple times. He's dropped in a curveball every now and again. He got a strikeout on one in the first inning. So his pitch mix definitely going to be a factor. Swing and a miss there as that dead fish changeup gets Tremblay swinging for the second out of the inning.
You know, I always feel bad for the first baseman on the around the horn. They always get left out. I know I've talked about it before, but, like, why not just – he's got to catch the ball every time you throw it to him, right? So why not keep his hands warm?
Couldn't have said it better myself. So Tyler Romandel steps up to the plate as that one's lashed into center field. Stopped by the second baseman, Nichols, actually, right on the edge of the grass, but nonetheless – that's a base hit there for Romandel. Call it an infield single, if you will. So he's aboard with 2 away.
Managed to muscle that inside pitch right up the middle. Little blooper into shallow center, if you can call it that.
If you can call it that. So Noah McDonald steps up. He's the number 9 hitter for the Huskies before they turn it back over to the top. Smith checks over at first. Nothing doing, though. Romandel, the left fielder, giving a little shrug. He's not really quite sure what he wants his third base coach to tell him, but you can definitely see he's thinking about it. He's got that sliding mitt and everything. Here's the pitch. That one is high for ball 2. Excuse me, ball 1.
There's a very aggressive lead. He's taking off first. Might even try back picking him after the pitch. That being said, that is a very hard play to pull off.
In there for a called strike 1. Definitely dancing a little bit there on first base. And if nothing else, you know, you get in Smith's head maybe. Try to throw him off a little here and there. They used to say Jose Reyes, as Smith will step off. Jose Reyes, the former Blue Jay shortstop, used to be notorious for using his speed and dancing around and acting all silly and throwing pitchers off their rhythm. So perhaps taking a page out of his book. Here's the pitch. That one's just a hair outside. Count moves to 2-1. McDonald, a product of Orangeville, Ontario, as the pick play again there, but nothing doing.
That was a close one. From where I'm sitting, which, of course, is not where the umpire is, but
No matter.
third time's the charm, I say here.
One more time. Smith, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss there. And the count even now at 2-2. That was a vicious fastball there. The Colts starter continues to peer over at first base. Here's the pitch. That one's hit over to the left side. It is drifting. It is a fair ball. Excuse me, it is a foul ball.
Sometimes we get caught. It's like those preemptive texts you get on your phone, and then you accidentally click the wrong word, and then you have to backspace. Sometimes we get caught preemptively trying to get you the information you guys need, and we're all human. We all make mistakes.
That's okay. Yes, the left field corner. They call it the killer corner for no particular reason. That's a foul ball right into the broadcast booth. That's a souvenir. So the count, again, still 2-2. We are all good. As the Colts checking in on our status, we are absolutely thriving.
Never take your eyes off the field, ladies and gentlemen.
No, do not do that. Count remains 2-2. Here's the pitch. That one is up the middle and in the left field for a base hit. The runner was going on that one, but it doesn't matter much either way. So with that, runners on first and second once again, and the Colts perhaps in trouble.
One time through the order already.
Vavarustos struck out in his last at-bat. That was last inning. Smith bobbing and weaving his way out of trouble. There's two away. Can he get out of this one as well? Here's the pitch. That one is in the left field. It is a foul ball. It is a brisk 7 degrees here. Cannot reiterate enough that it is freezing cold.
It is frigid, to say the least. The city of Toronto likes to pick a day in October where they close all the baseball fields, which is why we're in Ajax for this one. The Colts gonna rotate to another field for their last homestand later this season. Hopefully their consistency and their efficiency at home translates across all the ballparks.
That would be ideal. Count now 0-2 on a nice pitch there down at the knees of Vavarustos. Smith working with his battery mate Salerno. The 0-2, the pitch. Fouled off. The first baseman fighting it off there. Lives to see another pitch. Hard to overstate how dominant Smith has been. He's got 23 strikeouts in just 20 innings with a 1.05 ERA. But that ERA teetering precariously as that one's thrown into center field. Backed up nicely by the center fielder Cameron James and nothing doing. But that ERA teetering a little inconspicuously at the moment with runners on first and second.
Let's not forget, though, he did get out of a jam in the first inning, so he does have the ability to work around some tough spots.
To me, shows a lot of confidence in his pitches. The ability to throw those secondary offerings for strikes. Here's the 0-2. That one's hit up the middle. It is going to fall as James dives and just misses it. One run will score. Turning for third, the throw is not in time as Noah McDonald comes all the way around from first. He will score. It's an RBI double for Robert Vavarustos. The Colts down 2-0 the Huskies with some clutch two-out hitting there.
Vavarustos finds his way to third on the throw. Close play at the plate, pardon me. Salerno pleading his case to the umpire after that one, but it now stands at 2-0 George Brown.
George Brown gets out to the early lead. Those are just the 4th and 5th earned runs allowed, as that one's high to Jarrett Lupton. He had a single in his first at bat, also stole a pair of bases. That is just the 4th and 5th earned runs allowed for Brandon Smith this year. He has been nothing short of dominant, but the Huskies in that lethal offense showing out in the second inning here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get back on their horse, so to speak, and get back on the back of Brandon Smith to get there, he's got to get his team back in this. Obviously, points wise, you can't do that on while you're in the field, but getting a strikeout here, maybe 2.
Definitely getting that third out would be
yeah,
ideal.
Will definitely be restore confidence in himself, his team, and his coaching staff that he can actually get it done.
Here's the pitch. That one's hit a mile high. Warden again coming on, as is the catcher. It'll be Salerno that makes the play, and the inning is over. But a pair of runs for the Huskies cracks this baby open. It's 2-0 George Brown. You're watching Colts baseball on OCAA Live. We are back here for the bottom of the second inning, as leading off for the Centennial Colts is Brandon Turner. Colts down 2-0 after a couple of big knocks and an RBI double by Robert Vavasuros. So in now stepping Brandon Turner. He swings and misses there for strike 1. Colts went down 1-2-3 in their last AB. Now, the umpire going to chat with Wesling. Not really sure what's going on here. Could be something related to his glove. I know that there are some particular rules about the color of your glove and so forth, but nonetheless doesn't seem like there's any issues.
No spider tack detected.
That spin rate creeping up into the 25,000 range. They call that elite. That one's outside for a ball. Yeah, it is a little known fact, but Ajax Sports Complex actually one of the very few ballparks with StatCast. No, we're just kidding. That one's outside for ball 2. We'll be reporting all the exit velocities, all the launch angles.
MLB Game Day coming up next season.
Exactly. It'll just be off of vibes. Here's the pitch. That one's hit weakly out to the pitcher, Wesling. He'll make the throw. No problem there. And there's one down. Score that one a 1-3 for those of you keeping track at home.
Number 25, Liam Oates.
So into the box now steps Liam Oates, the pitcher extraordinaire, but just a couple weeks ago threw a no-hitter and had a couple of hits in the ballgame as well. This guy screams versatility.
Playing shortstop here today too. He can do it all, as you said.
That one's down for ball one. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss there. Similar looking pitch. They're clearly trying to work down in the zone. Count even out 1-1. Wesling looks in. Here's the pitch. That one's outside. A little bender there, but doesn't get the call. Count now at 2-1.
Ball fell off the table pretty well there. Good take by Oates.
That one's lashed up the middle. Fielded by the second baseman, though. No problemo there for McDonald, and there are two away.
Brilliant play by McDonald there. Being able to read that ball, laying out for it. Not really sure if he caught it or played it off a hop. Threw it to first as if he had to get the out at the base, but good piece of fielding there by McDonald.
No doubt about that. So up steps Carter Munch. Regardless, that one, the
Monick,
right
I think,
Monick,
is how it's pronounced.
Monick. So that one is fouled off for strike one. Here's the 0-1.
Minnick.
That one's in there.
Third time's the charm on that one.
Yes, that's Carter Minnick. Well, Minnick finding himself in a tough spot, down 0-2. Here's the pitch from Wesling. That one's hit back to the pitcher, and this one will be no problem. The Colts go down 1-2-3 once again as we head now to the top of the third inning with no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. It is 2-0 for the George Brown Huskies. You're watching OCAA Baseball.
Heading up to bat in the third inning for the Huskies, we have number 26, Brady Wagenhofer.
So Brady Wagenhofer stepping in the box. The big bopper for the George Brown Huskies is the top of the third inning set to get underway. Wagenhofer drew a base on balls his last at-bat. Looking to continue to rack up the hits.
Not a guy you want to be facing to lead off the inning after just surrendering two, but if anybody can climb this mountain, it's definitely Smith.
The Colts ace in tough here will try to get the better of Wagenhofer this time. That one's bounced in the dirt for ball one. Here in the top of the third inning, it is 2-0 for George Brown over the Colts. Wagenhofer, as we've articulated a number of times, one of the league's most lethal bats. He is third in the OCAA in doubles, second in homers with 3, and first in RBIs with 21. This guy knows how to hit, including that one, although it's fielded well. The throw on a first in time, that one looked like it hurt, but they'll make the play. The coaching staff going out to check on him. That did not look pleasant.
It's the last thing you want to see happen to your ace right there.
Good effort to make the play regardless, but that hurts.
Limping around a little bit. Coach Ben out to talk to the umps. Talk to his player and to his umps, but it doesn't look like Smith wants to talk to anybody. He just wants to walk it off.
That is not fun. There was a Blue Jays game a couple of months ago where Kevin Gausman took a similar looking pitch, was whacked up the middle, went right off his ankle, and he had to be lifted from the ball game. Now, I don't know if the training staff with the Centennial Colts is quite necessarily what the Blue Jays training staff might be in terms of precautionary measures, but, I mean, regardless, that is not nice.
You'd have to imagine if you're the Colts right now, you need him down the stretch, right? I get that we're coming to the end of the season, but they've already qualified for the playoffs. Do you really want to push your luck here when you don't really know the extent of the injury?
Well, they're going to give him a couple of warm-up pitches here to make sure he's okay. I believe it was his landing foot that he took it off. That would be his left foot, I believe. Hard to tell, really, because he is just fighting it. But he looks like he's okay. Looks like he'll stay in the ball game. That is some good battle from the pitcher. So with that, Kyle Bandura steps up to the dish now. He struck out in his last at-bat. Smith looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. That one's inside for ball 1. That one's way up in the air. It'll fall harmlessly out of play for strike 1. Couple
Sorry, I had to dig that one out from under our table here. I don't know, maybe the George Brown Huskies don't like the way we're talking about them on this broadcast. They keep trying to take us out there, Jory.
Yeah, well, if they keep getting at it, got plenty more where that came from. Count even at 1-1. Here's the pitch. And that'll plunk him. So the hit by pitch there will allow Bandura to move over to first base. So into the box now steps Carlos Acosta.
Smith trying to find that navigator on that ball there after the injury. Taking a little, might have to readjust a little bit, but hopefully he can get back on the right foot.
Yeah, I mean, if I was out there, I cannot imagine he's feeling all that pleasant. That one's up the gut, fielded by the, oh, whoopsie-daisies, never mind. That'll be booted by the second baseman, Nichols, and all of a sudden, there's runners on first and second with just one out. That one looked like a sure double play, and just booted it.
Yeah, same. It's a case of trying to make the play before you have the ball, really. You could see he was pulling the ball, pulling his glove up off the ground before the ball actually got into it. In anticipation of making that routine double play, but unlucky for the Colts and luckily for George Brown, and it's now runners on first and second.
That one's bounced in. The throw up to second, and they got him in a pickle now. The throw back and forth, and they will apply the tag. So, in all, no damage done. That was Kyle Bandura who got caught in a pickle. He is thrown out in a rundown for the second out of the inning. That was some strong defensive play there by the Colts. Really heady stuff from the catcher Salerno to make the throw up to second and catch the runner sleeping.
Absolutely. Helping his pitcher out any way he can, knowing that all the support in the world is going to have to come from this defense if the Colts are going to have any success with Smith on the mound.
That one a fly ball out to right field. Kyle Minnick, no problem, and the inning is over. So no runs on a couple of errors and a couple of hit by pitches. We head now to the bottom of the third inning. Still 2-0 for the Huskies.
Let's have some fun, y'all. I've got a house down a back road, I got a flag on the front porch. I got a dog named Waylon. I got a driveway that needs paving. I got a boat, it's a two-stroke, a couple guaranteed to make you laugh jokes. Got friends in low places, yeah, life is what you make it. I might not end up in the Hall of Fame with a star on the sidewalk with my name, or a statue in my hometown when I'm gone. Nobody's gonna name their babies after me. Might not go down in history, but I'll go down to the honky tonk. I got a girl named Sheila, she goes bad shit.
And now, for your Colts, coming up to bat, number 61, Zach Gordon.
At the bank, it's a big one. The only place you might see my name is on the wall.
We are back with Centennial Colts baseball action as the first baseman, Zach Warden, steps up to the dish with that honky-tonk running in the background. Big Bird himself.
Hailing from Alberta, Calgary specifically, the former Dino, up to the plate. Struggled as of late, but looking to get back into the swing of things, no pun intended.
Last time we called one of his games, he was raking as that one's swung on and missed for strike one. Good friend of the program, Zach Warden. Here's the 0-1. That one's inside, and the count even at ones. Colts still looking for their first hit of the ball game, as that one is swung on and missed for strike two.
For those of you who missed our last broadcast together between Jory and I, Zach is affectionately known as Big Bird because of his large stature.
Here's the pitch. Outside, even at 2-2.
Standing at 6'5", he's hard to miss on that Colts team. And he's looking to put his size to his advantage here at bat.
A whole lot of human. Here's the 2-2. That one's bounced in there, and it's even. Excuse me, it is now 3-2. Count is full. Colts not only looking for their first hit, but also their first base runner. So if the bottom of the order can maybe get something going, that would certainly be a welcome development. Here's the pitch. That one's hit on the third base line, but foul.
Good protection there by Warden. Full count. Last thing you want to do for any batter is strike out, so protecting the plate is a useful skill.
Here's the 3-2. That one is fouled off again as we got a bit of a battle brewing. That was the 7th pitch of the at-bat. We head now to the 8th pitch. Warden with plenty of acknowledgement from the third base dugout as that one's fouled off again. And we do indeed got a battle brewing. Pitch number 9 coming up to the speckled first baseman of the Colts. And given how the hitting has gone so far for the Colts in this one, exactly what you're asking for. Just battle. Just fight for it. The 3-2 once again. Fouled off again.
Big
Warden,
Bird putting up a big fight here.
Warden not willing to go down yet. We're on to the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Here it is again, the 3-2. Ball 4. So Warden becomes the first base runner for the Colts, works the walk, battles from behind as well. That is a quality AB any way you slice it.
Absolutely. That's what the Colts needed. Just get somebody on base and get the bats going. Obviously, that was a base on balls, but it invites offense, and it promotes swinging the bat, trying to get some scores in. They're down 2-0 right now, but one man on, no outs. Long at bat to start the inning.
That one's hit way up in the air. It's going to be the left fielder, the left fielder for the George Brown Huskies. That'll be Romandel coming on and making the play. So there's one down. So in now steps Cameron James.
The one thing I am seeing is there's a lot of one-pitch outs, more than I are typical for a baseball game. I think the Colts might want to maybe stay back on those first pitches, get used to the pitcher, and go from there. I think swinging at the first pitch, unless it's middle for me, not exactly the greatest game plan. But then again, they're out there and I'm not. So.
Well, I mean, what can you say, right? Well, that one, exactly what you asked for, is that one's high for ball 1. Yeah, they're definitely going up there aggressive, but, I mean, maybe a change in approach the second time through the order. That one's in there, and they count even at 1-1. Cameron James, the center fielder at the dish. He had that play out in center field a couple of innings ago. Almost made a spectacular diving grab, but the ball squeaked just past him, which allowed a couple of runs to score. That one's high, and it moves down to 2-1. Bottom of the lineup doing what they need to do. Taking pitches, inducing balls.
Running up the pitch count a little bit after 2 pretty easy innings for the George Brown Ace.
That one's inside, and the count now moves to 3-1. Yeah, Wesseling, as we mentioned, had a nice outing his last time out. So getting to him pitch count-wise certainly would be ideal. Count at 3-1. It's a hitter's count. Can James do anything with it is the question. Here it is. That one is poked to the right side. It dies. It is not going to make a play. And calling it an infield hit there. That is a good battle for James. Turns the lineup over, and now a pair of runners on with just one away for the leadoff hitter, Owen Nichols.
Great response by the Colts after having a bit of a hiccup defensively with Smith getting hit by that pitch. Their batters know they're going to have to put some points on the board. You know, you can't win a game if you can't score. So setting themselves up well here.
Definitely looking to cash a couple of runs with a pair of ducks on the pond. Here's the pitch. That one's in there, and Wesseling getting ahead in the count once again. Moves to 0-1. Nichols, the second baseman, had that tough play in the field. Definitely looking to make up for that error, although it didn't end up costing the Colts. That one is lashed into the right field gap. The runners will advance 90 feet, although Warden unable to round third. Still a nice piece of hitting there. And now the Colts are cooking as the bases are loaded with just one away. And
great tracking of the ball by Acosta there. That turned that from what I thought could be a point. Warden wheeling around the bases, but fielded perfectly by Acosta to prevent Warden from coming home.
so in steps the man hitting over 400 in the early going, Shoya Hase. I keep saying early going. The season's almost over. Shoya Hase with a big opportunity here. Here's the pitch. That one's outside for ball one. Hase and the Colts with all the momentum here. It is certainly building. The bases are loaded.
With one out, you have to operate under the mentality that a walk is a run. You have to take your time at the plate. Make sure if you're going to swing, the pitch is worth it.
Cam moves to 2-0. Wessling in his own bit of a jam. The Colts looking to take advantage. Here's the pitch. That one's hit back up the middle. They throw onto first in time, but Warden, meanwhile, will score, so call it a productive out. As the Colts slash the lead in half, it's now 2-1.
Wessling not out of trouble here as designated hitter for the Colts, Josh Savoy, takes the plate. Runners in scoring position.
That one's in there for strike one.
If the Colts had a slugger, it would be Savoy. Let's see what he can do here.
The designated hitter for a reason. He has the stick to make some noise, and with a pair of runners in scoring position, now would be the time to do so. That one is high, and the count now moves to 1-1. If you're Savoy, what are you sitting on? What are you looking for to hit?
With two outs, I mean, with a guy like him, they're probably not going to be throwing him too many things over the plate. Curveballs, probably not too many, so he's probably sitting on a fastball. If I were him, I'd be sitting on a fastball. But then again, in my career, I wasn't a very good curveball hitter. So,
well, that pitch, a fastball outside, count moves to 2-1. The Colts still threatening, though there are two away, but a pair in scoring position. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss there. That was a nice fastball there, and it's even at 2-2. Wessling trying to tightrope his way out of this one. He's already gotten two outs. He needs that ever-elusive third, though. And this is a tough out to get in Savoy.
good eye by Savoy, up and in. He is one of the seniors that was honored earlier today, and his experience showing through right there for sure.
That was a stone-cold take, and it loads the count full at 3-2. Wessling trying to get out of the jam. The 3-2 payoff pitch. Fouled away.
Do we sense another battle brewing there, Jory?
I mean, wouldn't that be something? The stakes certainly heating up just a little bit here. The weather, not so much. Count remains full. Wessling trying to put Savoy away. Here's the pitch. That one's hit towards the second baseman. McDonald will make the play, and the inning is over. The Colts get just one despite loading the bases. We're off to the fourth inning. It is Huskies 2, Colts 1.
Huskies lead 2, and just trailing behind, Colts 1.
We're back here for the 4th inning. The Colts and the Huskies going at it from Ajax Sports Complex as into the box steps the designated hitter Brendan Tremblay takes a ball in the dirt. Tremblay in his last at-bat struck out. Here's the pitch. That one fouled off, and it's even at 1-1. Smith took that ball off his foot or shin or ankle last inning, I believe it was. Seems to be bouncing back fairly well, and you have to imagine that longer inning for the Colts, at least batting-wise, certainly doesn't hurt the cause.
No, I think he'll find his rhythm. He's slowly starting to get it back, as you said, and offensively they're chipping away at the lead. They cut it in half. It's down to 1.
That's a fly ball. Second baseman camping under it. He will make the play, and there's one down.
And I think if you're Smith, those are the kind of at bats that you're looking for. You're looking for ground balls. You're looking for pop-ups because your speed, your velocity might be a bit down because of the injury, right? So if you can get a good pitch mix going and induce ground balls and pop flies and trust your fielders to make the plays they need to make, then I don't see why the Colts can't come back from this one.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the Colts pitching being very strong, but defensively, I mean, they're by raw just runs, they're amongst the tops, if not the top, in the OCAA. So it's not like the defense hasn't shown they're capable of making plays, as into the box steps the left fielder Tyler Romandel.
And I think today is the day where the pitching staff has to rely on the defense.
Here's the pitch. That one's hit up the middle. It'll be off the glove of Oates and into center field. So with that, Romandel is on with a single with one away in the 4th.
Brilliant effort by Oates there. Obviously, we were talking about him earlier in the broadcast. A man of many talents, starting pitcher, who's pitched a no-hitter, and now the starting shortstop while Smith is on the bump. Just a little unlucky there, ranging to his left. Not much you can do about that there.
Noah McDonald stepping up to the plate. He had a clutch, catch, if you will. The runner's going, and that one is fouled off for strike 1. Made that clutch catch at the end of last inning. The pitcher Wessling inducing some weak contact, but nevertheless, McDonald making the play at the end of the last inning. So now he's got a chance to do something with the stick.
Runner went on the pitch. Not as a runner, you don't want to see a ball fouled off like that.
Smith checks first. A aggressive tag there by Warden, but nothing doing.
Waste of energy trying to get a good break on that and then have it foul back, have to go back to first. But now the Colts are aware that he's reared and ready to go. Seemingly went across there.
They say he did.
2 strikes now on the batter.
McDonald with a base hit his last time up, but now in a bit of a hole. Here's the pitch. Runner's going. That one's hit in the air. Ranging back is the shortstop Oates. He will make the catch. And with that, there are 2 away. So back to the top of the George Brown Huskies order as Robert Vavarutsos stepping in. He had a double, a clutch. Couple RBIs on that one. He has the only 2 runs driven in for the Huskies in this one. He's got a runner on first. We'll see if he can do some damage once again. Checking first again is Smith, but nothing doing. Does it feel like they've been checking first a lot? It feels like they've been checking first a lot.
I think it's this runner in particular takes a very aggressive lead, almost, what would you say, 2 body lengths there?
That one's hit really well out to center field. Backing up is the center fielder, Cameron Jones, he'll make the play, and that will end the inning. So just the one base hit for the Huskies, but the pitching starting to find its form. We are halfway through, headed to the bottom of the fourth. It is Huskies 2, Colts 1.
Baby, can't you see I'm coming? A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling. There's no escape. I can't wait. I need a hit. Baby, give me it. You're dangerous. I'm loving
Right outside of this one church town, there's a gold dirt road to a whole lot of nothing. Got a deed to the land, but it ain't my ground. This is God's country. We pray for rain and thank Him when it's falling, 'cause it brings a grain and a little bit of money. We put it back in a plate, I guess that's why they call it God's country. I saw the
Coming up to bat, number 34, Brandon Turner.
on the muddy riverside, getting baptized in holy water and shine with the dogs running. Saved by the sound of
We are back for the bottom of the fourth inning as Brandon Turner, the big bopper for the Colts, steps up to the plate. In his last at-bat, he grounded out to the pitcher, who promptly flipped it over to the first baseman. Here's the first pitch. That one's fouled off for strike one. I'm starting to think the Colts may be starting to get on Westling here a little bit, because they're starting to foul some more pitches off. They're starting to battle a little bit more. They are certainly having far more competitive at-bats than their first time through the order. Here's the pitch. The catcher will not appeal, it looks like, and that one will presumably just be a ball.
Well, when you've got guys like Warden and Savoy battling the way they do, you just see more pitches from the bench, and you can try and decipher what his pitch mix is, what he likes to throw and when he likes to throw it, and those battles are advantageous to not just to the batter, but to the team as a whole.
Well, fatigue starts to come into play also, right?
Absolutely.
That one is high. It's now 3-1.
3 consecutive balls there. Fatigue definitely starting to show through here, like you were saying, Jory. See if he can battle back here.
That one's hit towards the second baseman, McDonald. He will make the play on a quick 4-3 putout, and there's one away.
Number 25, Liam Oates.
Into the box now, the shortstop, Liam Oates. He lined out to the second baseman his first time up, looking for better fortunes this time around. Definitely putting the bat on the ball, which, I mean, is what you want to see, but they certainly... Oh, that one's hit pretty well out to center field, but camping under it cleanly is Bondura. He'll make the play for the second out. Yeah, no, they're aggressive still up there. You thought they maybe learned from it.
Still swinging at first pitches. I don't know. I mean, maybe they're being told something that we aren't privy to, but there have been a lot of one pitch, one swing outs. And I guess those are making up for those long at-bats in terms of the fatigue factor. Probably averages out pretty well.
That one's fouled off by Minnick as the Colts right fielder steps up. He, just like His third base counterpart, Turner, grounded out to the pitcher during the second inning in his first time up. Again, we're in the bottom of the fourth. Swing and a miss there. That's a nice pitch there. Drops the curveball in. But the score 2-1 for the Huskies. A low-scoring affair. The Colts trying to muster something. Here's the pitch.
It's almost like Westling heard us talking about how he might be a little tired after those battles and has decided to show us why we might be a little off.
Well, he certainly found his groove again after a little bit of a shaky start to the inning. That one's hit pretty well. It will
diving catch in
be
left
caught.
field.
What a catch! Goodness gracious. A tremendous grab there by Roman Dell, and that will end the inning. Flashing the leather out in left field. That is what you call a momentum swing. The Colts robbed of a base hit there, so they go 1-2-3. The Huskies still remain in the lead. It's 2-1 heading into the fifth. To the fifth inning we go now, the top of the fifth. The Colts still down 2-1 in this ball game. It's Jarrett Layton, the Huskies' third baseman, stepping into the box now. He had a base hit in his first time up. As he squares the bunt there, it's fouled off. And he popped out to the catcher in his second AB, now in his third at bat of the ball game. Lipton clearly lethal when it comes to the speed, with a pair of stolen bases in the ball game already, and trying to bunt for a base hit there as well.
Yeah, it's clear that George Brown isn't comfortable with only a one-run lead. They know that the Colts can definitely do damage at any given moment, so they're trying to get guys on base here.
There's the pitch. That one's down for a ball, and it's even at 1-1. The Colts still chasing the ball game as that one's hit towards the first base. A nice clean grab by the first baseman. Warden has Lupton takes a bit of a tumble, but nonetheless a smooth play by the first baseman. 3 unassisted for the first out of the inning. So up steps Brady Wagenhofer. And for a guy that I think we expected to show some fireworks, he's been relatively quiet. Just a walk and a ground out to the pitcher so far. So we'll see if his third time against Smith will look any different.
With a guy like that at the dish, you can never know what to expect. Obviously, one of the more powerful hitters in the league, having, I think you said he leads the league in home runs, or?
He's second in the league in home runs and first in doubles. All sorts of power.
all sorts of power coming out of this guy's bat. So I wouldn't count him out, even though if his first couple didn't go according to plan.
Well, that one there's bounced in, and it's even now at 1-1 after that first pitch was a called strike on a bender. This has been the matchup to watch, I think, for this game. And so far, I think with just a walk and a ground out, the Colts have won the matchup. But, I mean, this third at-bat could be key in determining how this game ultimately unfolds.
It's also the first at-bat since taking that ball off the ankle for Smith.
Well, that's a nice pitch there. He may not be showing the velo, but he's definitely showing the command as he gets ahead now here of Wagenhofer. The former York University Lion on the mound trying to put away one of the league's premier bats. Here's the pitch. That ball down for ball 2, even at 2s. We are in the 5th inning. This one chugging along. The Colts chasing the ball game. Meanwhile, the Huskies looking for a little insurance. Here's the pitch. That one's hit a mile high, way out of play behind the backstop, and it's still even 2-2.
Rule of thumb at a ballpark is don't park in the closest spot. That's typically a rule that I follow. Followed it today, and people over there are flirting with disaster by parking their cars over there.
Well, whoever is parked in a orange Dodge something or another, or maybe a Mustang, just maybe watch out. Swing and a miss there. That is some good work from Brandon Smith as he gets one of the league's premier bats swinging for the second out of the inning. Wagenhofer going down again, and he's in the dugout. He's not too pleased with himself. Slams his helmet down, but that is a great battle there between two of the league's top players. Brandon Smith, though, winning that one. So up to the batter's box steps Kyle Bandura. He's got a strikeout and a hit by pitch. That first pitch is just outside for ball 1. The 3 and the 4 hitters on the ball game today combining to go 0 for 3 so far, though they have reached on hit by pitches and walks. So not allowing a hit, certainly ideal as that one's fouled away.
Bandura looking pretty eager to get that first hit. Maybe a bit of anger in his bat right now, coming off a hit by pitch from Smith.
He winds, he works. The bender is high, and it's moved now to 2-1. How important, Ryan, is it for the Colts to continue to shut down the top of the Huskies order?
Oh, I mean, it'll prove to be night and day if they can get their bats going. If they can shut down the top of this order, and get their own bats going, it'll definitely, the game will turn on its head very quickly. But right there, single by Bandura.
Well, just as we were saying, I mean, that's the first hit by either the 3 or 4 hitters as Bandura reaches on the single to left field. So up comes Carlos Acosta. He grounded out in his first AB and reached on an error in his second. Looking to do some damage with a runner on. Here's the first pitch. That one's high. Good play there by Salerno making the grab. The top of the 5th inning. This one has been a pitcher's duel. The 1-0. That one is down, and it moves now to 2-0.
Sorry, I pardon my sniffles here.
It's frigid.
It's nippy out here in Ajax.
That one's grounded back to the pitcher. Could be a tough play. The throw, not in time. Oh, in time.
There goes that predictive text again.
Well then,
What a stretch by Warden and throw by Smith.
that was impeccable. And just like that, the inning is over. So just the one base hit, a tremendous athletic effort by the Colts pitcher, Brandon Smith, to make the play. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's still
Families,
2-1.
nine staffs, as well as friends, please enjoy some refreshments, compliments of the Centennial College Alumni Association. The Alumni Association is a proud supporter of the Colts athletics.
Let's have some fun, y'all. I've got a house down a back road, I got a flag on the front porch. I got a dog named Waylon. I got a driveway that needs paving. I got a bowl, it's a 2-stroke, a couple guaranteed to make you laugh. Jokes, got friends in low places. Yeah, life is what you make it. I might not end up in the Hall of Fame with a star on the sidewalk.
Coming up to bat, number 61 for your Centennial Colts, Zach Warden.
We are back here for the bottom of the 5th at Centennial Colts baseball action presented on OCAA Live. We want to thank you very much for joining us on this Friday.
Friday, yes,
Friday
it is Friday. It has been a long week, ladies and gentlemen. Friday night baseball underway under the lights. Game 1 of the doubleheader here tonight.
Zach Warden stepping up to the plate. He had that tremendous at-bat his last time up. He takes ball 1 there. Warden had, a 10-pitch at-bat his last time facing Wesseling. So he might be the guy to do some damage, although that swing did not look very damage-inducing. And it hits the umpire. That is unpleasant, having had that happen myself. Not a huge fan of taking
Maybe he and Smith could start a support group here.
Maybe.
Because they're both seemingly in pain right now.
We shouldn't be laughing. I mean, I hope that they're okay. But the count even at 1-1 now. Warden in his last at-bat drew that walk, eventually came around to score. The only run of the game so far for the Colts. Can't even at 1-1. Here's the pitch. That one's hit a mile high. The Huskies catcher ranging, and he will let it fall for a foul ball. So
second life for Warden. See if he can make it count.
Warden behind
it's
in the
cats
count.
That have 9 lives, right? Not birds.
It is cats. Although birds have at least like 4.
I would say so.
At least 4.
At least 2 in this case.
At least 2 in this case, right? Well, Big Bird here trying to do some damage here just like last time, though he is behind in the count 1-2. He did battle back last time in a similar spot, so we'll see if he can do the same thing again here in the bottom of the 5th. Westling winds and fires. That one's hit towards the third base side, but fouled off. Count remains 1-2.
Maybe we should change his nickname to Foul Freddy instead of Big Bird.
I like it. Here's the 1-2 again. Swing and a miss there.
Coming up to bat, number 21,
And that
Robert
will
Salerno.
put away Warden swinging for the first out. So the back catcher, Robert Salerno, stepping up to the box. He flew out to left field, and his last time out, He was absolutely an instrumental part of the Colts offense.
Defensively, he's put on a show too, getting his pitcher out of a jam in that run down there on that throw to second, as that pitch is in for a ball. Salerno definitely getting it done on both ends of the field right now. See if he can add to it as he drills that one up the middle.
Up the middle for a base hit.
Between the middle infielders, returning it to where it came from, as they say.
Nothing wrong with that. So Salerno reaches there on the single. That one is just the third hit of the night for the Centennial Colts, who have had their issues putting the bat on the ball, but again, with just one away, perhaps some life. So in steps the center fielder Cameron James, he one of the other players on the Colts to collect a base knock on the affair, as that one's hit towards the third base side and past a diving Lupton, and that will be another base knock.
Still exhibiting those aggressive tendencies by the Colts, swinging on the first pitch.
Hey, if it works.
It worked on that one, but the success rate of those first pitch swings thus far today is not in the favor of Centennial.
I mean, regardless, perhaps a turn of the tides as runners on first and second now for the leadoff hitter, Owen Nichols. Another huge opportunity. Nichols had a base hit in his last AB. That one's hit towards the shortstop Peters. He will flip on to second, onto first, but not in time.
Coming up to bat, number 22.
Nichols showing some good speed there on the fielder's choice, so the runner's now on the corners with 2 away. Once again, it's who you want to be hitting in a spot like this. It's Shoya Hase stepping into the box, although so far he has had his troubles. He flew out to right field and grounded out to the second baseman in his first 2 chances, but the Colts...
Sorry, apologies.
The Colts dugout showing a tremendous degree of excitement for this at-bat. Runners on the corners with 2 away. His pitch. That one is slashed up the middle, a base hit. This ball game is tied. Rounding second, heading for third. He will coast in there. Hase, meanwhile, will slide into second. A big base knock there, and this ball game's tied.
Absolutely. He was 0 for 2, but he just hit a double, so he made up for both of those previous at-bats, tying the game at 2 apiece. The Colts dugout loving what they're seeing. The Colts fans loving what they're seeing. And with 2 outs, Josh Savoy is going to look to add to the score total here, trying to bring his team into the lead with runners in scoring position, second and third. Little meeting at the mound for Westling. Little meeting with his coach and his catcher to see what the plan is for the Colts slugger. Obviously, one of the better bats in the lineup. Going to have to plan accordingly.
Josh Savoy, a big opportunity here. Here, that one is fouled off for strike 1. This is a brand new ball game, tied at 2s here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Colts scratching and clawing, and Hase driving in the tying run. Now a pair of runners in scoring position. That one's slashed the other way. It's going to fall. 1 run will score. Hase will score as well. It's a 2 RBI double, and the Colts take the lead.
3-run inning so far for the Colts. 2 out 2-run RBI single for Savoy. That's a bit of a mouthful, but great piece of batting going opposite field there. Savoy showing why they needed that meeting at the mound there and getting his piece of lumber working.
That was tremendous. The Colts swinging the momentum of the ball game in one swing of the bat as Savoy knocks in a pair. So now Brandon Turner stepping up, the big bopper, looking to create further separation for the Colts. Here's the 1-0. That one's in there, and it's even at 1-1. Wesseling was cruising up until this one, but a 3-run inning has flipped this ball game on its head. The pitch.
You have to imagine that he's going to be pitching on his heels now, having given up 3 runs. Not what you want to do in the bottom of the 5th in what is only a 7-inning game. Limited time for George Brown to try and rally. But the Colts definitely doing what the Colts do. And defensively, you would imagine that they're going to batten down the hatches.
Count at 3-1. Brandon Turner with the runner on first. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. So Turner draws the 2-out walk. That'll advance Savoy up to second. And now it's Liam Oates with a huge opportunity to do some more damage. He grounded out in his he lined out in his first AB and flew out in his second to center field, but put some pretty good wood on that one back in the 4th inning.
Jory, if you're manager Appel for George Brown, what are you thinking? What's running through your head right now? 2 men on, 2 outs, 1 in scoring position, a bat like Liam Oates up at the plate. Wesseling seemingly struggling in the last few batters. What's your plan here?
Just go in there and get out of the inning. There's really nothing more you can do. And, I mean, if I'm Wesseling, I am nothing short of freaking out because I was in line for the win, and all of a sudden things have just gone sour in a hurry. The count is 2-0 as Wesseling struggles to re-grab his command. That one's hit over to the left side, fielded cleanly, but the throw bounces in. It pulls the first baseman pulls the first baseman Vavarutsus off the bag, and the bases are loaded. This one just not going the Huskies' way. Call that one an E6 as Peters put it in the dirt. So now Carter Amonic with the bases loaded and the Colts on the verge of batting around.
You took my line there, Jory. I was going to say Zach Warden on deck, batting around. I know we've discussed the definition of batting around in the past, but for you, what does it mean?
Well, for me, I don't know if it matters what it means to me, because if I'm the Colts, I'm just happy that I'm getting anywhere near that. It's been such a great inning for them, a total change in pace as that one's a ball. That one now fouled off, and it moves to 1-1. Now, this inning has been exciting. Really no other words to describe it. It has been electric. The fans here in Ajax are being treated to a doozy.
The Colts are heating up, trying to keep warm in this frigid weather. Their bat's doing just fine as they're as hot as ever. As hot as they've been this game so far.
They have found something in Wesseling, and they've started to pick it apart. The count now 2-1. That one's a ball and moves to 3-1. And this is what has plagued the Huskies all season. The hitting has never been an issue, but the pitching has been up and down, and all of a sudden it is trending in the wrong direction. Here's the pitch. Foul off, and the count is now full at 3-2. Would expect the runners to be going on this one with the bases juiced. Carter Munnick. A huge chance to blow this thing wide open. Here's the pitch. That one's skied way in the air. The third baseman will camp under it. Lupton will make the play to end the inning, but not before the Colts take the lead. They send 9 men to the plate and score 3. It's now 4-2 for the Colts.
We have just a small announcement. Check out the alumni homecoming finale next Saturday, October 15th at the Progress campus. Dance the night away with their silent carnival, food trucks, games, entertainment, and some pizza for all. Check out the posters at the refreshment table and scan the QR code for more information. Thank you.
I'm wide awake. I'm wide awake. Yeah, I was in the dark. I was falling hard with an open heart. I'm wide awake. How did I read the stars so well? I'm wide awake. And now it's clear to me that everything you see ain't always what it seems. I'm wide awake. Yeah, I was dreaming for so long. I wish I knew then what I know now. Wouldn't dive in, wouldn't bow down. Gravity hurts and you're so sweet. Till I woke up on the concrete, falling from cloud 9, crashing from the high. I'm letting go tonight. Yeah, I'm falling from cloud 9. I'm wide awake, not losing any sleep. I picked up every piece and landed on my feet. I'm wide awake.
Coming up to bat, number 3, Christopher Peters.
No, I'm wide awake. Yeah, I am born again out of the lion's den. I don't have to pretend, and it's too late. The story's over now. The end. I wish I knew then what I know now.
Christopher Peters stepping up to the plate for the Huskies after a huge bottom of the 5th for the Centennial Colts. We're here on the top of the 6th. That one's a ball, by the way. Christopher Peters, the shortstop for the George Brown Huskies, who find themselves trailing all of a sudden. That one's skied way up in the air. Camping under it is the Colts third baseman, and he will let it drop. That is not ideal. And all of a sudden, it is a runner on first with none away. So the runner on first as Peters reaches on the E5. Braden Tremblay up to the dish. The Huskies' designated hitter. George Brown suddenly chasing the game with just 2 innings to go as that one is tossed over to first.
That's the last thing you want to be doing, committing unforced errors. I get that he likes to take a lead, but if you're up 2, maybe don't risk throwing it past, throwing a wild pickoff, and giving them unearned bases.
That one's hit up in the air. That'll land foul on the left field side. Is there pepperoni? Or? Yeah. I'll take pepperoni. Smith looks in for the sign. He has worked masterfully since that 2-run inning earlier on in the ball game. though perhaps fatigue for him starting to set in.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is what, top of 6? That's a long game for any pitcher, really. Especially the way this game has gone for Smith with getting hit by the ball.
Runners going. The throw in a second is in
Hey,
time.
look at that!
Salerno nails the runner.
Showing off the arm.
That was tremendous. And just like that, the leadoff error is erased. Peters nailed there on a great throw.
Great tag by Oates, too, to stick with it. Solid throw, but it needed a play by the shortstop, and that play was made. So kudos to that pairing of Oates and Salerno to get that out there for their pitcher.
That was some good dynamics there. You know, I don't know if you ever played Mario Super Sluggers, but if you ever did, had a little music note when the two players had chemistry. There was some music going on there, as that one will be ball 4, and Brandon Tremblay will reach on the base on balls. So once again, the runner on first base. This time, though, it's the designated hitter Tremblay. Certainly less of a threat to use the legs than the shortstop Peters. So up now steps Tyler Romandel, and with the stick, he's had a big game. He had a pair of hits, and of course, the catch he made in left field, absolutely robbing the Colts of a base knock just a few short innings ago.
I don't know if I'd categorize them as short, Jory. The last one stretched on much longer than any of the other ones combined, man.
Well,
Colts
regardless.
the Colts were cooking, man.
The Colts were cooking, but, I mean, you figure that Romandel still feeling pretty hot. Rolling with no gloves. I respect it. No batting gloves. Definitely an old school type. Here's the pitch. That one's high for ball 1.
I used to play lacrosse, and a lot of the guys used to cut the inside of their glove out, so it was just their palm on their stick, because they said it gave them a better feel for what was going on. So I'd imagine that the same sort of logic is being applied here.
Definitely a feel thing. And when you're a hitter and you're running without the gloves, right, I'm sure in cold weather like this, you know, you put the bat on the ball, that hurts. So
absolutely.
For
if
him,
it's not in the sweet spot, it's going to hurt.
That one's in there for a called strike. Definitely old school. You can see him waggling the bat. You can see him with the exaggerated motions there in the batter's box. But listen, whatever works for you, right? The 2-1. That one's hit way up in the air and sent foul. So now the count even at 2-2. Romandel looking to keep the Huskies in the mix here. A pair of base knocks already in the ball game. Looking for his third, but the 2-2 pitch. In there! Strike 3 called. A great pitch there on the inner half by Brendan Smith. Gets Romandel looking, and the backwards K is 2 down.
The battery of Salerno and Smith working extra hard to keep the Colts in this, getting the out by throwing out the steal, and now getting the strikeout that has been a little elusive for Smith in the last couple innings. But hopefully it is a sign of things to come once again.
By my count, his 5th punch out of the game, which is kind of down for him. He averages about 8 strikeouts per 9. So he perhaps feeling it. That one's a ground ball towards the third baseman Turner. He will make the throw in time to Warden to end the inning. The Colts keep the Huskies off the board. We head now to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's Colts 4, Huskies 2. You're watching OCAA Colts baseball on OCAA Live.
Zach Warden up to bat here for the Colts, almost getting all the way around the lineup. Last inning, he struck out. Oh,
That one's hit pretty well out to left field, but caught. Excuse me. That one will fall for a well-hit base knock for the Alberta product.
his first hit in quite a while. Last weekend wasn't awarded a hit. This weekend, so far, he was 0 for 2. Now finally getting on base, starting the inning on the right foot for his team as they look to add to the lead. Currently up 4-2.
Nice piece of hitting there. So now the catcher, Robert Salerno, stepping up. He's had a nice game behind the dish, and as well has a run scored, including a single. The Colts back catcher, the unconventional left-handed thrower going with the lefty-lefty, but I mean, whatever works when you're the catcher, and he has nailed a guy as well. And when it's outside, the curveball falls harmlessly. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. That's a fastball down in the zone. Count moves to 1-2.
If the bottom of the order can get 2 out of the 3 of them on base here, set the top up, set the sluggers up perfectly to do damage to George Brown.
That one's fouled off.
Bottom of the 6th here.
Wagenhofer looking a little worse for the wear after that one. That one was fouled off and might have caught him on the hand or something. Appears to be okay nonetheless. As we mentioned, the score 4-2 for the Colts. They had a huge inning last time up. Now with a runner on first and none away, they're looking to expand the lead. Here's the pitch. That's a ball away.
It almost looked like an ephus pitch there. That thing wasn't moving at any particular clip. I'm not sure what that. I think it was a curveball.
It looked like a curveball to me, but nevertheless, it doesn't matter much because it was away and, well, didn't get the called strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Salerno goes down swinging. And there's one away.
Coming up to bat, number 1, Cameron James.
So the center fielder, Cameron James, will take his hacks before the Colts turn it over to the top of the lineup. James with a couple of singles so far in the ball game. He has been a big problem for the Huskies at the bottom of that lineup. Here's the pitch. That's a ball. By the way, a pitching change for George Brown. It's Simon Jardine now pitching. Wrestling done.
Trying to backpick Warden there. Got a little too far towards second before realizing he had to go back. But good hustle to get back to the bag before the tag.
Westling's final line, by the way, he goes 5 innings, allows 4 runs. And he had a couple of Ks in there as well. No walks as well. So a solid outing, but just couldn't match Brandon Smith's tremendous effort from the Colts. Here's the pitch. That's a ball.
George Brown hoping their reliever can provide some relief, which I guess is why they're called what they're called. But
Not what they're looking for there.
Struggling to start the inning here with the first two batters getting on base. Pardon me. Two of the first three. Two of the first three. That's the word. That's the sentence I was looking for.
Well, pair of runners on, and in steps Owen Nichols. He had a fielder's choice his last at bat and eventually came around to score. He also had a single earlier in the ball game, though he was stranded at second. Nichols in his fourth AB looking to do some damage. That one is hit pretty well, but pretty well foul. Can't move to 0-1.
Slicing away from the first baseman, trying to go opposite field with a runner in scoring position in Zach Warden and Cameron on first. Looking to do some damage here with only one out accounted for.
The Colts trying to create some separation as they've done all game. That one again foul, but perhaps playable. And making a crazy play. Did he get it? I think he might have caught that as he tumbles over the first base side. The runners will advance, perhaps. That is
a big league catch right there.
That was remarkable.
Shades of Derek Jeter in Yankee Stadium.
Is he okay? That's the actual question.
Well, as long as we got that on film, I think he'll be fine. Yeah, I'm sure that'll make it onto the highlight reel for sure. But
some uncertainty, actually. Well, the runners right now are at second and third, so that would lead me to believe that the ball was caught, because if it wasn't, it would be a foul ball. But I'm not actually totally sure what's going on here.
Well, I think you're allowed to advance on a tag up, right? So I think the ump gave them the benefit of the doubt that they would have made it to the base on the tag out and then stopped the damage.
No, that's not quite it. This is quite interesting. I'm not totally sure. I think we're going to get perhaps some clarity in a moment. But I mean, the initial play there, that was crazy. Flipped over the fence behind first base. And I think he caught it, but again, it's hard to really tell from where we're sitting. But that was something out of a major league playbook. That was crazy. But I think perhaps maybe an injury. It's hard to tell from this angle.
Perhaps they get the base on the ball going out of bounds off of a player. Is that a possibility?
That's what it would be. But I guess the question is what the ultimate ruling is. And I think at this point it's more about the health of the first baseman. That is the leadoff hitter. That is the Husky leadoff hitter Robert Vavarustos getting some claps, so hopefully he's okay. But it's hard to tell again. Can't reiterate that enough. This is hopefully nothing too serious.
The fence is here in Ajax. For those of you that don't have a great view, they're almost waist high. Not sure if that's for the purposes of making plays over the fence a possibility or what the thinking behind that was. But doesn't bode well for situations like this.
Well, I think I saw him standing. He wears number 29, and I do believe I saw him standing. He's now walking around by the looks of it. Perhaps it could be a different player. It's hard to reiterate. We are not at a great angle to really give you the full breakdown of this. What we can tell you is that there is a large crowd gathered around that first base dugout side. So hopefully everybody's okay, but I mean, that's crazy. And on that note,
crowd George Brown taking the field again.
Yeah,
seemingly.
the crowd dissipating again, really hard to tell. We'll be back just shortly, and we'll have some further updates for you. Score again remains 4-2.
Coming up to bat, number 22, Shoya Hase.
So we are back here. The call it unofficial ruling there is the out is recorded on a remarkable play, but the ball perhaps drops, so the runners advance on a ball out of play. All, very complicated, really no other way to put it. As for Vavaroussos himself, it appears he has left the ball game, still perhaps receiving some attention. That's a ball.
At the plate now is Shoya Hase, who had that, I believe it was a two RBI
Double.
in the last inning for the Colts, sparking the comeback for Centennial. Looking to do more damage here with two runners in scoring position yet again.
That one's in there, and it is another called strike. Jardine looking to get out of the jam. There are two away with two runners in scoring position. The pitch. Strike two. Count even at 2-2. Hase trying to do some damage. That one is hit the other way. It is bobbled by the shortstop, and there will not be a play. Peters unable to make the clean transition, and another run will come in to score.
Warden got 2 runs on the day so far. 2 of the Colts' 5 right now. Hase doing what Hase does best. 3rd RBI on the night for him. 2nd hit. Not too shabby.
That's a nice knock for Hase, and it gives the Colts a little bit of insurance, as now into the box steps Josh Savoy. The first pitch is bounced in there, gets away, and James is going to score without a throw. And the Colts lead expands. It's now 6-2.
Good heads-up running by Cameron Smith to, pardon me, that's Cameron James, my apologies, to have the heads-up to run on that pass ball, but it seems there's yet another injury, but this time to the umpire. Not sure what happened there. May have been in the attempt to get out of the way of the play at the plate.
Again, not totally clear. A lot of stuff happening. This inning has been busy, to put it lightly. Well, the Colts put a second run across the board. Will allow the umpire to get his wherewithal. Again, the score, it's 6-2 for the Colts. You're watching Colts baseball on OCAA.
Everything seems to be back in working order as the ump is back on his feet. Savoy in the box, ready to try to do some more damage. Hasse in scoring position for the Colts slugger. Let's see what he can do here.
It has been, in a word, hectic. Savoy already ahead in the count. Believe it's 1-0. Here's the pitch. That one's a ball and moves now to 2-0. Yeah, these last two innings have been crazy. I really don't know what.
They've been crazy, to say the least, yeah.
Pitcher turns. The tag, though, not in time.
They've been crazy. They've been lengthy. They've been,
You know what word you're missing?
I don't know, what word?
They've been cold.
Cold.
The pitch. That one's hit pretty well, but it will land foul.
I was looking for another E word, but cold works as well. Just get straight to the point.
Erratic.
Erratic. No. I
No?
meant like crazy. Anyway. Regardless, we will work on our wordplay for the next broadcast.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. It's just the sixth inning, but there is another ball game. Will be coming to you very shortly. That one's in there for a strike. The count now 2-2. Here's the pitch. That one's hit well. It is going to be dropped. It'll fall. Oh, it'll be caught. And that will end the inning. So the Colts push across another pair of runs. We're headed to the seventh inning.
Romandel in left field, showing why that's why they put him there. That's two balls he's chased down. That liner to left by Savoy, looking from our vantage point like it was going to drop, but somehow Romandel snagged it out of the air, robbing what I would assume would be the Colts of at least 1 point, and a double from the Colts captain. We move to the top of the seventh and final inning, where the Colts defense will attempt to put away George Brown for what could be the first time of 2 times here tonight.
Gentleman, bring it, glamour back, keep it real to real in the way I feel. I could walk down the aisle, do you like Michael?
So we head now to the top of the 7th inning. We have a pinch hit situation here as Robert Vavarousos, as we mentioned, out of the game. He's being pinch hit for by Daniel Ferris. The Georgetown product takes strike 1. Here's the pitch. That's in there for strike 2. Ferris already down 0-2. The pitch. That one's fought off.
Hoping to make his mark on this game. Obviously didn't start in the field and taking his first at bat of the game, but hoping to be the difference maker for his team as they are down by 4 in their last offensive effort.
That one's a ball as it's now 1-2. By the way, the other Toronto baseball game is just about done. It's the bottom of the 9th inning. The Mariners ahead 4-0. So, unfortunately, it looks like only one of the good guys will be walking away with a victory, as we got a couple of ball boys hustling, and they both missed the ball. Well, one of them wins it. Anyways, count at 2-2.
Little friendly competition on the sideline there.
It's a good sign. It means that they're in a good headspace because given how this game started, it was not ideal. That one's fouled off again. Count remains 2-2. Ferris listed as a catcher infielder, so plenty of versatility from the 5'6" Georgetown native. Call him somewhat diminutive, at least relative to the other first baseman, Robert Vavarousos. That one is inside. It's now 3-2.
The Colts are definitely going to look for their ace to do what he does best here in the dying innings of
that one's
the
hit
game.
Towards the second baseman. The throw on to first is in time.
Good recovery
Now
by the second baseman to keep the ball in front of him, gather himself, and make the throw. After a bobble like that, a lot of guys would probably give up on the play, but credit to him for sticking through it and recording that out for his team.
So up now steps Jared Lupton. In his previous at-bats, he had a single, popped out to second, and grounded out to the third baseman unassisted. His fourth AB looking to perhaps help the Huskies claw back. They are in quite the hole at the moment, though. The score is 6-2. Here's the pitch. That one is fouled away for strike 1. Rapidly approaching what looks like the conclusion of this one. Do you have any takeaways, any thoughts from game 1 of the doubleheader, Ryan?
I like the tenacity of the bottom of the order. I think that's what I take away from it. Guys like Salerno and Warden just doing what they can do to get on base and give their team the best chance that they have to win. And obviously Smith battling back from that liner back that hit him in the foot and recording.
That one's hit in the left field. Coming on, though, is the left fielder for the Colts, Hasse. He'll make the play, and there's 2 down.
number 26.
Smith being able to come back from that incident early on in the game and doing what he's done and keeping his team in it, not surrendering any runs since the injury or the incident rather. Really shows the tenacity of this entire team, to be frank, and I think that's what's impressed me the most.
Yeah, I think Smith's just shown once again why he is one of that 1-2 monster that is the top of the Colts rotation. As in steps the perhaps final batter of the ballgame, Brady Wagenhofer. That one's a ball.
If there's anybody you want up with 2 outs, it's this guy here.
It is this guy, but nobody on base, so hard to hit a grand slam with nobody on. But again, Wagenhofer certainly the guy you want when you're trying to extend the ball game. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. The Colts 1 out away from picking up their 10th win of the season, as that one's in there for a called strike 1. With the win, the Colts would move to 10-3, although again, there is some time before we can make any declarative statements. But as has been reiterated before, that would be the benchmark for the Colts all time, the first time they would ever be a double-digit win team, as that one's inside and Wagenhofer needs to back off a little bit.
Smith looking to add another win to that W column. And it's looking pretty good here. Things would have to go drastically awry for that not to occur.
Well, that's why they say you got to get 21 outs. Here's the 3-1. That one's hit well, but fielded by the Colts shortstop. The throw on a Warden, and the ball game is over. So the Centennial Colts take the first half of the doubleheader. They win this one 6-2 the final. A great showing. All in all, a number of great players showing out for the Colts. But to me, my player of the game, got to be Brendan Smith. Showed a ton of tenacity, pugnacity there, fighting through that injury to his ankle and coming out and throwing a complete game. He had himself an evening, no doubt.
Absolutely, Jory. I'd have to agree with you. Climbing the adversity that this team did, going down by 2 early, having their starting pitcher get injured, having some of their key batters fairly muted through the beginning half of this game. All signs pointed to a loss. All signs pointed to, okay, let's chalk it up, let's move on to the next game. But despite what a lot of people may have been thinking, that is not at all what crossed the minds of the Colts. They dug in, they stuck in, and they got the result here.
Exactly that. Yep, the come-from-behind victory for the Colts marks the first half of the doubleheader. They will be back on the field in just a few short minutes for the second half of the doubleheader, as the Huskies look to perhaps split the series while the Colts look to pick up the sweep. The final score in this one, once again, 6-2. Signing off for Ryan Watson, I'm Jory Negan-Schechter. Stay tuned. Game 2 of the doubleheader is up next. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Centennial Colts Baseball on OCAA Live. I'm Jory Negan-Schechter, joined as always by my color analyst, Ryan Watson. Ryan, it is frigid. It is 7 degrees and feels like 4, so we hope you've got your hot cocoa and hand warmers handy. But we've got a ball game to play. It is Game 2 of a doubleheader. The Centennial Colts sending their ace, Liam Oates, to the bump. He has been sparkling this season. 18 strikeouts, 6 walks, and a 0.84 ERA in the early going. How important will pitching be for the Colts in the second half of the doubleheader?
Well, I mean, it doesn't change anything that's been going on all season. Pitching has been the staple for this Colts team all year long, and it doesn't change tonight. They've got their ace on. They've got 2 aces really, in Brandon Smith, who pitched a brilliant game in the first game of this doubleheader, and now Liam Oates taking the mound, ace number 2. Pitching is the identity of the Colts, really, and it's what they use to win. It's their best tool in their bat belt, and Liam Oates is definitely gonna need to give them a good showing here tonight.
Liam Oates, no doubt a superstar on the bump. He had a no-hitter earlier this year. He'll be looking to dazzle and befuddle the Huskies hitters as we get set for the second half of the doubleheader. The lineup for the visiting Huskies, we've got Kyle Bandera leading off, then it's Jarrett Lupton, then Brady Wagenhauer, then Carlos Acosta, then Brandon Nolet, he's new, he's in left field. Then we've got Daniel Ferris, Brendan Tremblay, Christopher Peters, and Noah McDonald to round things out as the first pitch is in there outside, and we are underway for Game 2 of this double dip between the Colts and the George Brown Huskies. Thank you very much for joining us. You are surely in for a doozy. That one is down for ball 2.
Liam Oates, like you were saying before, Jory, you're listing off his stats and his numbers. His numbers are crazy. A below 1 ERA with the amount of innings that he's thrown. It's a pretty astonishing feat, and hopefully he can stun the George Brown Huskies more so than they already have, having surrendered they were up 2-1. 2-0, sorry, in the early going of the last game, and came out on the bottom 6-2. So already kind of shaken is the George Brown team, and with that first out of the game, it's not looking too good for George Brown right now.
Well, that one there, a ground out 4-3 as O'Sullivan tosses it to Warden for the first out of the ball game. So now Jarrett Lupton steps into the batter's box. He was hitting second last game on a couple of stolen bags in the top half of the doubleheader. We'll see what he can do in the bottom half of the double dip. Oates looks in for the sign. He winds, he works. That one's hit pretty well over the left side. It will fall foul, though. Oates, as we mentioned in our broadcast a couple of weeks ago, the king of the balanced breakfast. We'll see if he can serve up some hearty grains in this one, though. That no-hitter, we should mention, came against Lambden, who they absolutely smoked 18-1 in that ball game a couple of weeks ago. But Lambden, who was winless coming into that 2-game set, actually won their first game of the season against the Colts. But since then, the Colts have been cruising. That's a foul ball over to the left side, wide of the third base bag.
Good battle being put up by the George Brown hitter in the number 2 spot, trying to test Oates early, get a feel for him, give his team a chance to see the pitcher a little more before they come up to bat. Definitely a useful at bat here, regardless of the outcome.
That one's speared by Oates, who will flip it underhanded to Warden for out number 2. That is some athleticism.
Brady Wagenhofer.
So Brady Wagenhofer now stepping into the box. Wagenhofer, for all of the power he's demonstrated throughout the season with the George Brown Huskies, was kept relatively silent. He went just 0 for 3 with a walk. Certainly not his most astonishing of games. And as we mentioned in the first half, he is among the most dangerous hitters in the entire OCAA, as that one is in there for strike one.
Let's see if the woes of the previous game carry over into this one. Obviously, like you were saying, not his best outing, but what makes a good hitter is their ability to bounce back, and there is no question that he is a good hitter. So let's see if he can make something of this at bat here.
Baseball is a game of streaks, and although the season is much shorter than a traditional baseball season, the roughly 18 games that each team plays, as that one's a ball in the dirt, the roughly 18 games that the teams in the OCAA play, you certainly can start to get a feel. There's certainly the highs and lows of a regular season, so would expect Wagenhofer to, ideally in his case, turn it around here. Here's the pitch. That one's hit pretty well. It will split the right fielder and center fielder, although it is fielded cleanly by Akiyama. He will get it in. And the first hit of the doubleheader is for Wagenhofer, as the Huskies notch their first hit of the ball game. Good piece of hitting there from Wagenhofer. His first hit in 5 plate appearances. So into the box now steps the right fielder Carlos Acosta.
The other interesting thing to note is that you don't get a lot of time to learn your opposing team, right? You only play each team in one doubleheader. So it's hard to get a feel for opposing pitchers, especially when they're of the caliber of Oates and Smith, in one night. You know, having only ever seen them once, you only get a couple times around the batting order to get used to these guys. And it's definitely a tall task to ask for a lot of these athletes.
Especially when Oates is throwing gas like that as he blows one right past Acosta there. He can light up the radar gun with the best of them in the OCAA, and those strikeout numbers speak to his ability to do so. Swing and a miss there on a beautiful breaking ball to end the inning. So just like that, just the one hit for Wagenhofer and nothing more. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning. The Colts get their shot. It's still 0-0.
Leading up to bat for your Colts, number 7, Owen Nichols.
We're back here for the bottom of the first half as the ball game, as Owen Nichols steps into the batter's box. We get a little bit of a powwow on the bump. It is Finley Butler pitching for the George Brown Huskies in the second half of this double header. We didn't see him last game, but for this one, expect him to cause the Colts trouble.
You know, traditionally Butlers are known for serving up some pretty tasty things. So we'll see if Finley here can serve some strikes to the Colts and see what the Colts can do about it.
Couldn't have said it better myself, as that one is blown past Nichols, the leadoff hitter, for strike one. Here's the pitch. That one is outside and moves now to 1-1. Butler looks in. Here's the pitch. That one's down, and it's now 2-1.
Patience is going to be the key for the Colts here. Earlier in the previous game, there were a lot of one swing, one pitch outs. I think they're going to try and stay away from those, hopefully, here right now, because you don't know this pitcher, right? So swinging at his first pitch he's ever thrown to you is always a gamble.
Definitely would agree with that. So the count now even at 2-2. Trying to put away Nichols. Here's the pitch. That one's down, and it's now full at 3-2. Butler again, the payoff pitch. Here it comes. Fouled off.
Way to protect the plate there. The Colts have shown no shortage of tenacity at the plate in the previous game, and obviously the very early going of this one. Protecting the plate when need be. Some double-digit pitch at bats at times. They definitely will go down swinging, as they say.
And we'll get more into that Bulldog mentality as that one's driven out into the left center gap. It'll fall. And just like that, the leadoff hitter, Rowan Nichols, is on to start the ball game with a base hit.
Now coming up, a right fielder, number 18, Kevin Akiyama.
That's a nice piece of hitting there by the Colts shortstop to get them started on the right foot. So up to the box steps Kevin Akiyama. We did not see him in the top half of the doubleheader. He's getting his first action of the afternoon/evening. A little bit more on Finley Butler, as that one is in there for strike one. Butler with an 8.69 ERA, a not so nice number, but he knows how to rack up the strikeouts with the best of them. He's got 14 Ks and 9 2/3 for a 10.14 K per 9. He has big swing and miss stuff, and we've seen that already, I think, in some respects. He's got some nice velo.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you see the velocity coming off the... What a lot of people don't know is that exit velocity off a bat is largely in part to do with the speed of the ball coming in, and that shot to right center field there by Nichols just shows the pace of Finley Butler right there.
Got him there as he gets Akiyama to go down looking. And just as we were talking about the punch out, a big part of Butler's game, gets the first out of the inning. So up now steps the hero of our previous game. That would be Shoya Hase in the top half of the doubleheader. He had a handful of RBIs. And he hits a nice ball there. It'll fall. Rounding second now is Nichols, and he will coast in a third. And a big base knock there by Shoya Hase puts runners on the corners with just one away. So now into the box steps Tejan O'Sullivan, the Colts second baseman, one of a handful of players making their quote-unquote debut in this doubleheader affair. O'Sullivan definitely not the most imposing of figures, but has the requisite power as off goes Shoya Hase, and he will get into second without a throw. But O'Sullivan, not your typical cleanup hitter, but he can swing with the best of them.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone in this Colts lineup that can't deliver when they need to. I mean, yes, like you were saying, baseball is a sport of streaks, but every one of these guys can hit, and not somebody we typically see in the cleanup spot, but hey, why not? Give him a shot. You're facing a pitcher who has a pretty not-so-great ERA. Why not give him a chance? Runners in scoring position right now, second and third, one out. Here's where he proves why he's in that cleanup spot.
Exactly that. Couldn't have put it better myself. He's a guy that if he can string together a nice base hit here, it'd be pretty helpful for the team. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss there on a pitch that gets all the way to the backstop. And some great hustle from the ball boy there. You know, was watching back to our previous broadcast together, and the Colts do not joke around when it comes to show and hustle with the Bat Boys.
No, absolutely not.
That's a nice base knock. It will fall. One run is in. A second run will score. It's a 2 RBI single for Tijon O'Sullivan, and the Colts are on the board. They take the lead. It's 2-0.
Number 34, Brandon Turner.
Brandon Turner's walk-up song right now, ladies and gentlemen, is God's Country by Blake Shelton, but it's starting to look like Colts country here as they're up 2-0 early in the first inning of this second half of the doubleheader against George Brown.
That one's in there for a strike to Brandon Turner, the third baseman, as he falls behind 0-1. The Colts sticks look like they made it up early here after a bit of a slower start to the previous game, as that one is in the dirt, gets past the catcher, and that will allow O'Sullivan to move up to second base as he advances 90 feet.
Let's not forget, Jory, we're excited about the 2-0 lead, but guess who had a 2-0 lead in the last game and did not come out with the W?
You took the words right out of my mouth. This one's still very early. We're just in the bottom of the first inning. So plenty of time for this one to go either way, but the Colts a nice early lead. That one is high for a ball. Turner, the lone Colt with a home run this season. He is arguably the Colts' best hitter as he fouls that one off for strike two. He is another guy in a long list of Colts that can swing it. And it's not like the Colts are an offensively lethal team, but it's nice to have those big bats when you need them.
Like I was saying before, it's good to get into your groove later in the season. You know, we may have jumped to a couple conclusions after our first broadcast there that you referenced, but it seems like these bats are going on all cylinders from almost everybody, if not everybody. And it's good that October baseball is when it's happening.
Exactly that. Colts, on their 14th game of the season, they have just 4 games remaining in the regular season as Turner draws the walk on a good at-bat.
First baser 61, Zach Warden.
So now Zach Warden will step into the batter's box, the friend of the program. Big Bird, a big chance here with 2 runners on as we get a bit of a mound meeting here in just the first inning. This is not how I would imagine the Huskies envision this going.
No, not at all, but good for Warden. He came to me after the first game and asked for a slight walk-up song change request. It seemed as though we may have had the wrong version, and that was what he was blaming his couple poor plate performances on, but he's got time to listen to the good one now.
Baseball players, creatures of habit.
Creatures of habit. He got 1 hit, scored 2 runs. Let's see if he can keep the good fortune going with the right song.
He's looking for a base knock to the honky-tonk. We'll see if Warden can do just that. Here's the first pitch. It is in there for strike 1. The Calgary, Alberta product sharing with us his excitement earlier today when the Flames signed Mackenzie Weegar to a big contract. We'll see if Warden can cash in the same way with a couple of runners in scoring position. That one's outside for a ball.
First year with the team.
Runners are heading. And the ball will slip out of the catcher Ferris's hand, which will allow the runners to advance 90 feet without a throw. And now there's runners on second and third with, again, just one away. This one going from bad to worse for Finley Butler, who himself has had an up and down season. Got him looking. Warden goes down on strikes for the second of the inning.
Ball right at the knees there. Not much you can do about that one.
That's a tough one.
Almost a 50-50 shot, striker ball, depending on the umpire. So
Carter Minnick stepping into the batter's box. First pitch is inside for ball one. In the previous game, Minnick went 0 for 3 with a fly out, a ground out, and a pop out as that one's popped over to the right side. It'll go foul, though.
Minnick and Warden swapping places in the order from the previous game. Warden moving up to 6, Minnick down to 7. Probably as a result of Minnick's no-hit game, but hopefully he can get back on the horse here, so to speak.
Get back on the horse indeed. He is a Colt after all, as that one swung on a miss for strike 2, so the count now at 1-2. Finley Butler looking to limit the damage. Tightrope out of danger, the pitch. That one's high, it's even at 2-2. A huge props, by the way, to the Colts dugout, who after every pitch are letting the teammates know how they're feeling. They are a rowdy bunch.
Absolutely. If there's anything baseball players are, it's rowdy. And
that one's in there for a called strike 3. So a trio of punch-outs looking, but 2 runs will eventually come in to score for the Colts. 2 runs come across with a couple of hits in between. We're off to the top of the second inning. You're watching Colts baseball on OCAA Live.
We'd also like to remind all Colts family, alumni, and staff, as well as friends, to please enjoy the refreshments complimented by the Centennial College Alumni Association. The Alumni Association is a proud supporter of the Colts athletics.
We're back here for the top of the second inning as Brendan Nolet steps into the batter's box. Here's the pitch. That one is high for a ball. Colts baseball on OCAA Live. We hope you're enjoying your evening with us. That one's in there for a strike. Swing and a miss there. It's now 2 strikes. Pitcher's count, that one's hit way up in the air and fouled away. It remains 1-2.
The fans getting into this one, pardon me, trying to hype up the Colts starting pitcher, telling him to, I believe, throw gas, if I'm quoting said fan correctly.
Well, that looks like it's exactly what he's doing, as a swing and a miss there for his second punch out of the game. And there's one away. So up now steps Daniel Ferris to the batter's box. He briefly was into the game last time up. He was a replacement for the injured Robert Vavarutsus. That one's fouled off. Ferris did not reach in his lone AB. He popped out to the first baseman, Warden. He's looking to make more of an impression in this ball game, as that one is hit pretty well. It will fall in front of the center fielder, Muddick, and he will reach with his first base knock.
Now coming up for bat, number 25, Brendan Tremblay.
So Brendan Tremblay now stepping up, the first baseman who was the designated hitter in the previous ball game. He is very much a big stick guy.
Well, as soon as you have that acronym next to your name, DH, it's pretty indicative of your ability to swing the bat and hit the ball.
They don't call you the designated fielder.
No. I'm sure my my analysis is very in-depth, explaining why.
That one's ripped down the line. It's a fair ball. Rounding second, heading for third is Ferris. He will get the wave and head home. Meanwhile, it's second, heading to third. Ferris will score. The play at third is not in time. It's a triple for Tremblay, and that will cash in the first run of their ball game. So with that, the triple allows Ferris to score. It's now 2-1.
Good piece of hitting there. Ball slicing away from the right fielder into foul territory once it landed inside the white line. Some fielders thought, or were at least trying to convince the ump that it was a foul, but looked like it dropped just in the nick of time.
That one's in there to the shortstop, Christopher Peters, who's in there for his first at bat of the ball game. Oates, here's the pitch. That one in the dirt, but nothing doing with Tremblay. Under the lights here on a Friday night, the most wonderful night in baseball.
I know they say Friday Night Lights in reference to football, but it's a pretty nice thing to have for baseball, too.
That one's inside. It'll brush Peters back for a ball.
Batters getting heckled slightly here.
Here's the pitch.
In
That
Ajax.
Hit up the middle. Fielded nicely by the shortstop, Nichols, who makes the play.
Now batting for the Huskies,
And
number
with that,
5,
there
Noah
is
McDonald.
2 down. So the second baseman, Noah McDonald, stepping up to the box now. He Had a couple of base hits in the previous game. The single and scored a run. So he looking to collect himself another knock in this one. Oates the pitch to McDonald. In there for strike one.
If the Huskies are going to mount the early comeback and get back into this game, try and even up the doubleheader, they're going to need production from the back half of their lineup. I think that goes without saying. With that hit there, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Well,
McDonald with an RBI single
exactly
to left
that.
field.
Yes, sir, exactly that. It's a nice little knock the other way for McDonald, and that'll turn the lineup over and tie the game up at 2-2. It's a nice piece of hitting, and we could be in for a bit of a higher scoring ball game here if these first 2 innings are any indication.
It's a brand new ball game coming into the second inning.
So Kyle Bandura stepping into the batter's box. He grounded out to the second baseman to lead off the ball game. Trying to do something a little more productive here with a runner on first and 2 away. Here's the pitch. That one's hit up into the air. The first baseman Morton gets under it. No problem this time. He'll make the catch to end the inning, but a pair of runs will tie the game up. We're headed off to the bottom of the second inning. Colts baseball on OCAA Live.
Coming up to bat, your catcher for the Colts, number 21, Robbie Salerno.
We're back here for the bottom of the second inning. Robbie Salerno stepping into the batter's box. The Colts catcher getting his first chance to hit this ball game.
Also moving up in the lineup, Blake Warden. Previously batting ninth as he fouls that one back. Now moved up into the 8th spot. Let's see if he can make good on his promotion here.
Perhaps a sign of confidence from head coach of the Centennial Colts, Ben Anderson.
He did have a good game in the previous game today. I believe he had a couple base hits and possibly an RBI, if I'm not mistaken. Worthy of said promotion. But
swing and a miss there.
Strikes out there.
Fastball gets him to swing and miss on 3 pitches. Not a very competitive at-bat. And there's one down. So the left fielder, Devin Bogdan, will step into the batter's box. Bogdan, another one of those players that was not present in the first half of the doubleheader. See if he can make a difference here in the second half as he swings and misses there for strike one.
Despite him missing there, it looked like a very nice swing. So if that bat finds the ball, I can promise you it'll go quite a ways.
Well, you can always just look at it and just move it like that.
Here's the pitch to Bogdan. That one's down. It's even at 1-1. This one all knotted up at 2s in the early going. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's now 1-2. In there for strike 3 called. Bogdan goes down looking.
Butler seemingly finding his groove despite the ERA previously mentioned. He doesn't seem to be letting that number get into his head. He's got 3 strikeouts, I believe, on the day. He's got 5 strikeouts on the day. My bad. Look at him go. It's only the bottom of the second.
No, he's been dealing.
And he's been serving up, so to speak.
Well, I mean, the last 4 batters he's faced, he struck out Warden, he struck out Minnick, he struck out Salerno, and he struck out Bogdan. So Owen Nichols getting his second AB, looking to reverse the team's fortunes. He had a hit to start the game and eventually scored. So looking to do more of the same and get the Colts out of this little funk they've found themselves in towards the bottom of their lineup. Here's the pitch. That's a ball down. It's now 1-1. Yeah, strikeouts, as we mentioned, never an issue for Butler. He doesn't average. He has a 10.14 K per 9 rate. So he can, put him away with the best of them. But I think it's more indicative of his command. He sometimes has his own issues, I think, finding these strike zones. So it's a matter of laying off the bad pitches and making contact with the good ones.
With a K per 10 with a K per 9, pardon me, as high as that, you'd think that must be his ability to mix pitches between his fastball and his breaking ball, confusing the batters, getting them to swing on things they think are fastballs and having them fall off the table. That would be my explanation for such a successful strikeout rate there for him.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. We've seen the fastball. It's got a lot of zip to it. Hasn't flashed too much in the way of other stuff as he strikes out the side, setting down Nichols, swinging. 1, 2, 3, go the Colts swinging. We head to the top of the third. It's 2-2.
Number 23, Jarrett Lupton.
Jarrett Lupton stepping up to the batter's box for the George Brown Huskies as we get set for the top of the third inning. Lupton grounded out to the pitcher in his first AB. He'll square a bunt and will be fouled off. We saw Lupton do that last time. That ball Rolls underneath the fence, much to the dismay of the Colts ball boy. Now 0-1.
The effort of the Colts ball boy, who I'm fairly certain is one of their senior players. He takes his job very seriously, and when it's interrupted, he does not like it.
Exactly. Well, on seniors night, it is all about the seniors. And that senior having a good time. Here's the 1-1. Foul off, and now it's 1-2. I'm interested by Lupton, excuse me. I was going to say, Lupton scoring a bunt earlier. This guy clearly trying to use his speed to his advantage. What were you going to say?
Well, he's often leading off the inning, right? This is the second time now, I believe. I could be wrong. But when you're leading off an inning, I'm a fan of the bunt. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but if you can use it to your advantage, why not? It's playing a hole in the defense, which if you do it in the outfield, no one has a problem with it. But you do it in the infield, and all of a sudden everybody says that, oh, you can't hit. I don't necessarily subscribe to that opinion. I agree with if you can bunt.
You know, as a wise philosopher once said by the name of Alex Rodriguez, bunting is good, or something to that effect. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but what can I say? A modern-day Alex Rodriguez
I
on
think
the mic.
in a game like baseball, with
That one's driven out to center field. That's hit pretty well. Ranging in as the center fielder. And that'll be Monick who will make the grab for the first out. Continue.
in a game like baseball, you can never have too many tools in your belt. And that goes for defensively, that goes for offense. You can never have too many things that you can do well. And that's just a general rule for life. If you can do a lot of things well, then what's stopping you from doing them? And bunting for me is one of those things.
A modern-day philosopher, Ryan Watson, sharing his knowledge as Brady Wagenhofer steps into the batter's box. The lethal stick of Wagenhofer getting the single his last time up, looking to perhaps add to that league-leading doubles total, or perhaps add a dinger to the mix if he sees a pitch to his liking, though I don't suspect that Oates will be serving him up any meatballs anytime soon. Here's the 1-0. That one's in there for a strike. Count now 1-1.
Oates doing a good job of staying in there, recording the first out, looking for the second one. After giving up 2 in the previous inning, it's a good sign of things to come if he can get Wagenhofer here.
That one is down for a ball, moves now to 2-1. I'm about to make another Oates pun. I'm going to say, if he continues to mow down these hitters, be a bunch of players that have been rolled Oates. No, that wasn't very
Rolled
good.
by Oates? I don't know. Our play on word game tonight, unfortunately, folks, is limited. And much like players need their walk-up songs, we need some warmer weather for our brains to be firing on all cylinders for the wordplay that has plagued our previous broadcast together. But seeing as how it is below 5 degrees here tonight in Ajax, as that one's fouled back by Wagenhofer.
It's like how cars, you know how with a car you need the engine needs to warm up?
Yeah.
There's no warming up this engine.
No, it's almost like we didn't have an entire game to warm up, and still yet we are still a little frigid.
Still a little frigid. Well, the count, meanwhile, is now full on Wagenhofer as the 2 stars going out. Here's the pitch. That one's hit pretty well. It is a fair ball. That one will fall into right field, fielded by Akiyama, and just like that, Wagenhofer has a pair of knocks on the ball game.
I'm starting to think this might be the first time we might ever have been plagued by the announcer's curse, as we were talking not badly about some of these guys, but we were questioning some of their performances in the previous games, and it's almost as if they can hear us and they're telling us, hey there, guys, my bat still works.
Well, I guess for Wagenhofer, the bat looks like it still works. Speaking of bat working, that might be a broken bat fielded by the second baseman O'Sullivan. He'll flip on a first.
Now coming up to
Not in,
bat for
it
the
is in
Huskies,
time.
Number 20, Brendan Nolet.
And just like that, there's 2 down. Meanwhile, Wagenhofer will move up to second. So Brendan Nolet stepping in. He's struck out in his last at bat. One of 2 victims to go down via the K.
Time called by the batter. Needs to take a breather. Another Husky not wearing gloves. One of his teammates did the same thing in the last game. And something about the feel of the bat.
That one's in there for a strike. I don't think I could ever play without gloves, especially in this weather. My fingers would fall off.
Even for the sake of staying warm, let alone the sake of insulation from the impact on the bat.
It just seems like it would suck. That
one's very eloquently put, Jory.
That pitch is outside for a ball. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you?
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But usually you've got a much nicer, you've got a much smoother way with words. But when you got to say it like it is, you got to say it like it is.
Listen, all I'm saying is, you're in there. It's a 1-1 count. Guy throws you a fastball inside. As that one swung on and missed for strike 2. Guy throws you a fastball inside. You take a swing and it hits basically
the shaft, the skinny part. Yeah.
Would hurt.
Oh, it would, 100%. And it might entice him to wear gloves after that. But
the 1-2.
You only learned by getting burned.
That one's fouled off. Still remains 1-2. Man, I'd love to get burned right now. It's so cold outside.
Should borrow some of the bats and start a fire right in front of us here in the broadcast booth.
It'd be a very expensive fire.
Especially with some of the Colts bats because have been pretty hot.
Couldn't have said it better myself. The count, by the way, 1-2. Oates trying to put away the hitter. That one's down and in for ball 2. Nolet, again, as we mentioned beforehand, had a strikeout in his previous at-bat. In a bit of a disadvantageous spot here, trying to avoid going down via the punch-out for the second time. The pitch, that one's hit in the air. Should be a can of corn. That one is caught by, it looks like it was, oh goodness.
It looked like the shortstop.
Looked like Owen Nichols, the shortstop, made the play. Anyways, that'll do it as the inning ends. No runs come across for the Huskies despite a couple of hits. We're off to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's still 2-2.
Leave me out the comments, leave me out the nonsense. Speaking out of context, people need some content. Trying to keep up, this not a contest. Whipping bands concept, heaven sent, God sent. At least that's what my mom says. Proof is in the progress. Money's not an object. Busy than I'm. You know how my job get, barking up the wrong tree. You know how the dogs get, haven't fallen off yet. Come with a classic, they come around years later and say it's a sleeper. The ears are real, the petty is real. Might trust my ex for a feature. Deposit the money to Brenda Letitia, or Linda Felicia. She came for me twice, I didn't even enough for her once. You know I'm a pleaser. 42 millimeter was made in Geneva. Yeah, I probably should go to Yeshiva. We went to Ibiza. Yeah, I probably should go live with Yeezy. I need me some Jesus. But soon as I started confessing my sins, he wouldn't believe us. Sins. I got sins on my mind and some
third, right fielder number 18, Kevin Akiyama.
We are back here for the bottom of the third inning as Kevin Akiyama for the Colts leads things off. The Colts right fielder trying to make up for a strikeout look in his last time up as he will hit that one way up in the air. But it will land out of play for strike one. Akiyama, one of 6 punch-outs earlier in the game.
One notable thing here is the backstop at this field is not something we've ever seen here for the Colts. It's a big one. Any pass balls from the catcher, you're taking bases. And any straight-up pop fouls, the catcher's got a very good chance of having a play on those. So look for that to be a difference maker in this game if it does indeed happen.
Yeah, no, the foul ground here is much larger than it is at Nielsen Park, the regular home of the Colts. So expect that to maybe be a factor. Here is the pitch. Akiyama thinks about it but does not go.
He wanted to swing on that one, but he thought better of it. Rightfully so.
3-1. Hitters count. Akiyama looking for his first knock. Here's the pitch. That one's hit way up in the air. It's tailing. Will the first baseman make the play on it? Yes, he will. That is
Now heading up for bat, number 22, Shoya
Tremblay putting Akiyama away for the first out. So Shoya Haas stepping into the batter's box. He is one of 2 runs to cross the plate so far for the Colts. He also had a single in his first at-bat, looking to add on to his big day at the plate. That one's high for ball 1.
Butler doing a great job of throwing it all around the zone, not sticking to one pitch, not sticking to one spot, going high, going low, and it's reflecting in his strikeout numbers.
No, he's definitely working with a lot of stuff. I think he's leaning on the fastball most of the time, as that one's in there for strike 2. He's definitely leaning on the fastball, but, I mean, if you can't hit the heat, then why throw anything else?
Yeah, that's true.
So now 1-2. Hase behind in the count. Here's the pitch. Down just below the knees.
Because it is so cold as a batter, I'm not sure I'd be a little conflicted if he's throwing me heat. It might warm me up a bit, but I'd be striking out too, so I'm not sure which one I'd rather. Presumably, you'd prefer a hit, but who knows?
Well, that one's fouled off. You know where I thought you were going to go with that was if he throws me a fastball inside, I'm not swinging at that. That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt a lot.
Stop. You're, pardon me there. I wasn't telling you to stop. But yeah, no, I wouldn't be swinging on inside balls either.
Here's the pitch. That's down for ball 3, so the count now full.
It would definitely hurt. You risk breaking your bat in this kind of weather too, and unfortunately, these guys aren't getting paid millions and millions of dollars. But I mean, if you can muscle one to the opposite field, why not? I mean, it's a tie game. Get what you can get.
Well, I mean, get what you can get indeed. Haas is going to get on there. Haas drawing the full count walk as he induces the base on balls from Finley Butler. So in now steps Tijan O'Sullivan. He had a base knock that drove in a couple runs. Yes, Ryan, the vibes are legit.
To be clear, that is not Ryan, Ryan. That is Ryan, a spectator and overseer of Centennial operations here in Ajax. Tijan O'Sullivan trying to advance the runner, but whiffs on that one.
That's a big swing and a miss. That's a Hardy cut. And he knows a thing or two about Hardy cuts because he took a ball the other way and did some damage his last time up. He's looking to do some more damage with the runner on here. That one's outside, and it's again a ball. Swing and a miss there. Count now moves to 2-2.
I will say, it looks as though he's swinging for the fences, Jory.
He has no off switch when it comes to hitting dongs. My guy is a ding-dong machine. Here's the pitch. That one bounces in the dirt, and we mentioned the backstop. Runner is going to advance to second. He's going to think about third, but Haase will think better of it, but call that a wild pitch as Haase advances 90 feet. Showtime indeed.
Showtime, Shoya Haase. I like it. We're slowly going to start getting nicknames for every one of these Colts players. We've got Big Bird, we've got Quaker Oats, we've got Showtime Shoya.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss there. O'Sullivan goes down hacking, and there's 2 away. Now Brandon Turner stepping into the batter's box. The Colts bench giving it to Turner as they're looking for their slugger to do some damage with a runner in scoring position. Here's the first pitch. In there for strike one.
Turner looking to turn on a ball here. Send it to left field. Score. Showtime if he can. Who currently sits on second. Threatening to score, especially with his speed that he's got in his legs there.
Butler, by the way, stepping off and checking on the runner at 2. Here's the pitch. That one's hit a mile high. It will fade out. Foul for strike 2. The 0-2 count. Turner looking to avoid becoming another punch-out victim for Finley Butler, who has been dealing. Here's the pitch. That one's outside, and it moves now to 1-2. Turner surely looking for something to put in play and do some damage. Here's the pitch. That one fielded nicely by Finley Butler, who will flip it onto first to put away the side. So just the one base on balls, but nothing more. We're still knotted up at 2 as you're watching Colts baseball on OCAA Live.
We'd also like to remind you to check out the Alumni Homecoming Finale next Saturday, October 15th at the Progress Campus. Dance the night away at the Silent Carnival. Food trucks, games, and entertainment, as well as some pizza for all. Check out the posters at the refreshment table and scan the QR code for more information. Thank you.
I like diamonds, I like stunning, I like shining, I like $1 million deals. Where's my pen? Some signing. I like those Balenciagas, the ones that look like socks. I like going to the Tula. I put rocks all in my watch. I like texts from my exes when they want a second hard as I can. Eating halal, driving a lamb. So that I'm sorry though. Got my coins like Mario. Yeah, they call me Cardi B. I run this like cardio. I'm a district in the jam. Certified, you know I'm gang. Judges up and blood brand.
Now coming up to bat for the Huskies, number 8, Daniel Ferris.
Daniel Ferris stepping into the batter's box for the Huskies as we begin the top of the 4th inning. This game remains tied at 2 apiece. By the way, if you're enjoying this ball game, we want to thank you very much for tuning in. That one's fouled off. Be sure to check out the Colts socials. Check out @Centennial Colts on Twitter and Colts Athletics on Instagram for everything Colts related. All the Colts info you need at your fingertips. Be sure to give them a follow on Twitter and on Instagram for all the latest on everything Colts. That one's hit pretty well. Fielded by the shortstop. The throw on to first is in time. Great defensive effort there by the shortstop Nichols. And there's one away.
Nichols showing great defensive efforts in both games. Previously at second in the first part of this doubleheader, bobbled one, stuck with the play and got it on to first, recording the out. Same thing here on the other side of second base at shortstop. Sticking with the play, not necessarily fielding it cleanly, but getting it over to first in time to get the runner. And after the out's recorded, no one really cares how you got it there.
Exactly. Now Braden Tremblay steps into the batter's box. He will foul that one off for strike 1. After a couple of runs in the second inning, Oates has been pretty clean. As that one is in there for strike 2. He has retired 4 of the following, he's retired 6 of the 7 batters, I believe it is, that he's faced since allowing a triple to Tremblay, who's at the dish now, as that one will plunk him off his foot. That hit by pitch will allow him to reach. And just like that, the Huskies in business here with one away.
Huskies, number 3, Christopher Peters.
Christopher Peters now stepping in. He lined out to the shortstop in his last at-bat. The temperatures continuing to drop. We are in the low single digits here from Ajax in a frisky Friday night game, but both of the pitchers not feeling any part of that. They're both throwing the heat as Oates
I think
gets Peters to swing and miss.
Their performances are motivated by the fact that they want to get into the warmth. They're like, I'm just going to strike out everybody so we don't have to be here any longer than we have to.
That's a good idea. Here's the pitch. That one's down for a ball. You know, if you're ever not sure if it's a ball or a strike call, just check in with the Colts dugout because they will be very articulate.
They will let you know.
They will.
Maybe we should give them the mic one of these games. See what they have to say.
The 1-1. Fouled off.
Although it might have to be a Colts After Dark episode because I'm not sure they'll keep it clean the way we do here.
Listen, you say we're keeping it clean, but I mean, one of us called a home run a ding-dong earlier, so, I mean.
That is fair. That is fair.
The count 1-2 here to Peters. One away with a runner on first base. Oates the pitch. Breaking ball there, but a good take, and it's even at 2-2.
Peters, solid at bat here by the Husky.
Got him
Gets
looking.
Punched out with a pitch at the knees.
That's a nice pitch there by Oates. He will get Peters looking on a fastball down in the zone, and there's 2 away.
Lot of low third strike pitches have been called by this umpire here. It seems like his strike zone is on the lower half of the player, and Oates taking advantage of that right there.
So into the box steps Noah McDonald. He'll foul off the first pitch for strike 1. McDonald the single in his previous at-bat. McDonald has been noticeable. He has a couple of hits in this doubleheader affair as he swings and misses there at some heat from Oates, and it is now 0-2. Oates perhaps finding his groove here, although he did plunk a batter. He is not allowed a hit since he allowed a single to Brody Wagenhofer back in the third inning. Checks the runner at 1. Oates winds, he works. That one's outside. The count remains unresolved. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the inning is over. That is some tidy work from Oates. He gets a nice little applause from his fans in the dugout. This game remains tied at 2. You're watching Colts baseball on OCAA Live.
Got a house down a back road, I got a flag on the front porch, I got a dog named Waylon, I got a driveway that needs paving, I got a boat with a 2-stroke, a couple guaranteed to make you laugh jokes, I got friends in low places, yeah, life is what you make it. I might not end up in the Hall of Fame with a star on the sidewalk with my name, or a statue in my hometown when I'm gone. Nobody gonna name their babies after me. I might not go down in history, but I'll go down to the honky tonk. Got a girl.
Leading off your
named
Colts
Sheila.
at the end of the 4th inning, number 61, Zach Warden.
We are back here for the bottom of the 4th inning as Zach Warden, Big Bird, steps into the batter's box. In his previous at-bat, he went down looking. One of a number of Colts so far in the ballgame to go down via the punch-out as he swings and misses there for strike 1. Warden had a big first half of the doubleheader, but still looking to put the bat on the ball here in the second half of the double dip. That one is outside for ball 1. Count now even. It's 1-1. Warden looking to perhaps reverse his fortunes a little bit here. The 1-1. Swing and a miss there. Count now moves to 1-2. Excuse me, that's strike 3 swinging. Looks like they did call that second pitch a strike. And Warden actually goes down swinging for the second time in the ballgame. Umpy's got to raise his voice a little bit.
Well, we got these pesky headsets on that our producer Leo makes us wear, and it mutes our hearing. So there might be a discussion that needs to be had in the boardroom.
Well, just like that, we've got Butler out to a quick 0-2 count ahead of Carter Munnick. Here's the pitch. That one's a ball. Moves now to 1-2. Minnick having himself, well, not really having himself a game. He punched out looking as well in his first AB, looking to avoid punching out again as he fights that one off. Count remains at 1-2.
Only 1.5 repetitions through the lineup, and we're in the 4th inning, I believe.
4th inning. It has been cruising along as that's a foul ball off of the catcher or the umpire or somebody, but nonetheless does not look like it felt very pleasant. Umpy taking a moment to gather himself. Everybody's taking balls off the chest and off the knee and off the everything else in between. This has been.
If this is the same umpire as last game, he needs to check his horoscope or something, because he's in store for a lot of bad luck. That's like the 3rd time he's been hit, if it is in fact the same umpire.
Well, I don't believe it is the same umpire, but regardless, I think that's just kind of a part of the gig, you know. You step behind the plate, try to call the game, and, you know. I think that's just kind of part of the gig. I will say that a lot of umpires kind of underutilize the stance where they put their arms like behind their back. A lot of them put their hands on their knees, and you're just begging for a ball to hit you in the hand and break a finger. So, you know.
I've seen some that put one hand on the back of the catcher so as to utilize the plate man as a shield, so to speak.
That one's grounded out to second base, fielded nicely by McDonald. He'll flip it over to the first baseman, Tremblay. And just like that, there are 2 down. So Robbie Salerno, the back catcher, stepping into the batter's box here. He, like a number of his compatriots, went down via the punch-out. Finley Butler with 8 punchies on the ball game.
He's getting the ump to start his lawnmower here.
He's been dealing. Here's the pitch. The appeal, did he go? Yes, he did. And there's strike 1. That one is down for a ball. Now 1-1.
Salerno trying to get back to the ways of old that we saw earlier today.
That's not going to help as he fouls it off for strike 2. It has been a muted offensive performance here through 4 innings. Neither team really showing much in the way of explosive offensive capabilities. Here's the pitch. That one's inside, and did it catch him? I'm not sure it did. I think that one's just a ball. So the count moves now to 2-2. Salerno running with the short sleeve over there. Man, I don't know, man. That's courageous. That one dug out of the dirt. It takes a funny hop on the first baseman there. Tremblay unable to field it cleanly. And just like that, it's an infield single for the catcher Salerno. You know, isn't it so weird how the bad bounces are always the last ones?
Yeah, it's. I think it comes with playing with a grass, half grass, half sand infield. I think the different textures that the ball has to go through definitely lends itself to different bounces, and even the edge of the grass is slightly more elevated than the sand. So when it hits that edge, it always, in my experience, takes a bounce you're not always expecting.
You know who would know better about that bad bounces than anyone else? Dave Steeb. He famously, back in the late 80s, lost one of his no-hitters to a crazy bounce.
Yeah, we all remember that one.
Big thumbs up from one of our producers on the Dave Steeb reference. You know who's looking like Dave Steeb here? It'd be Finley Butler here, as that one's in the dirt for a ball. He has been slicing and dicing through the Colts hitters as Devin bogged it into the batter's box, trying to reverse the team's fortunes. They do have a runner on first. That would be Robbie Salerno. Here's the pitch. That one's down for ball 4.
It could be that Butler's losing a bit of his juice in the latter half of this game. We're now into the back half of the game, so maybe he might be losing a little bit of pace. I'm not sure, but that's 2 batters that have reached, and hopefully more to come for the Colts.
That is the hope for the Centennial Colts. He's throwing a lot of strikes, which is all you can ask for. And, you know, the 8 punch-outs is impressive, but your pitch count will elevate very quickly if you are unable to induce weak contact in addition. Here's the first pitch. That one's high for ball 1. And if you're throwing a lot of pitches, you're going to start to lose command, and you start to lose command. You start to lose your feel for your pitches, and you start to lose your feel for the pitches, you know. You start to lay in some meatballs, and things.
People start making spaghetti. It's a domino effect.
Exactly that, right?
2 runners on, first and second for the leadoff hitter. That's Owen Nichols, who's made some pretty solid plays defensively, gotten on base, and first time through the order, I believe. Nichols seeing Butler for the second time. Third time, my apologies. And see if he learned something from his last 2 at-bats.
Here's the pitch. That one's high for a ball. Count moves to 1-1. Nichols, much like a number of his compatriots, a victim of a swing and punch out his last AB. Here's the pitch. That one's in there for strike 2. There are 2 away here. It was Warden with the punch out, then Minnick with a 4-3 ground out, but a single and a walk has a pair of runners on, but that's a nice pitch there as the count now with Nichols moves to 1-2. Looking for his 9th strikeout, and he could be looking for even more because we know how rarely the bullpens are used. Finley Butler looking to put him away. Fouled off, and we get a nice little ping off the bar behind the dish at the backstop. So the runners are still on first and second with 2 away. If Nichols can cash in at least one of these runners, that would be a huge boost and give the Colts the lead as he fouls off another one.
If I was on base right now, I would not be too happy having to run back and forth between bases on foul balls. That being said, having your guy at the plate stay alive is all that matters right now in a tie game, but burning some extra calories today for the guys on base.
Here's the pitch. In there, strike 3 called. Finley Butler, have yourself a night. That's his 9th punch out, and we're only through 4. We're headed to the top of the 5th inning. The Colts and the Huskies deadlocked at 2. You're watching Colts baseball on OCAA Live.
Ending of the 4th, and the game is still tied 2-2.
Club isn't the best place to find the lovers, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, tripping fast and we can talk slow. I'm never inside a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, and the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And I was singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for some.
Kyle Bandura set to lead off the top of the 5th inning. You're watching Colts baseball on OCAA Live. I want to thank you for tuning into the second half of this double header matchup between the Centennial Colts and the George Brown Huskies. It has been a doozy of a ball game so far. After the Colts took the first half of the doubleheader, it is deadlocked at 2-2 as the pitch there is hit towards the third baseman Turner, who makes a nice throw over to Warden for the first out on a quick one pitch, one out, showing there.
Warden there showing his ability to stretch while staying on the bag. Definitely aided by his 6'5" frame. If I had a measurement on his wingspan, I would say it. I'm sure it's quite impressive, but that 6'5" frame definitely allows him to snag things out of the air for sure.
So Jarrett Lupton stepping into the batter's box now, the left-hander with a pair of outs in his last 2 at-bats. That one, though, is going to fall for a base hit. Lupton rounding second. He will think about third, but dive back in safely to second base. Just missed being robbed by Carter Menick, who made a sprawling play at the ball. It went past him, though. And a double for Lupton here, putting the Huskies in business with just one away. So into the box now steps the always dangerous Brady Wagenhofer. This is exactly who you want up.
If you're the Huskies, absolutely. Runner in scoring position, one out. They intentionally walk him here as he trots down the first baseline to first. Probably a smart play given the night he's been having.
That is an aggressive play there. The choice to intentionally walk him. I mean, I respect it and I get it, but I also think that I would far rather go after him and maybe pitch around him, try to induce some weak contact, as that one's foul off there by Carlos Acosta for strike one. And don't count out Acosta. He's also got a dinger on the season. He can also hit. So
absolutely, but
there's no.
You can only intentionally walk one person. If you intentionally walk 2 people in a row, then you might need to reevaluate some things. So I think they took the lesser of 2 evils in Acosta for Oates to try and wheel and deal, as this is popped up in foul territory.
And dropped by the catcher.
Salerno
unable to make the play on the ball. And all of a sudden, Acosta's got another life. But now down 0-2. Those balls have been trouble for the Colts all game long. We've seen a few times they've had to fight it. So definitely not what they were looking for. But they count now 0-2 on Carlos Acosta. Trying to put the kid away and regain momentum on the inning. Runners on first and second, just one out. It was a 5-3 ground out by the leadoff hitter. But since then, a double and a intentional walk. The pitch, that one's hit pretty well out to left field. Coming on, it will be caught by the third baseman Turner. The shortstop Nichols. Great range there by the middle infielder, making his way out into shallow left field. And there are 2 down.
A little bit less in danger now with 2 outs. Yes, runners on first and second, one of which is in scoring position, but 2 outs with Oates on the mound. I'd hedge my bets that he works his way out of the jam.
Well, that's what they're hoping for. As into the box steps Brendan Nolet. In his previous at-bats, he struck out and popped out to the shortstop. The throwback to second. The ball gets away, but not far enough for Jared Lupton to move up 90 feet. Nolet trying to do some damage with a runner in prime position. First and second, 2 away. Here's the first pitch. Fouled back for strike one.
George Brown got something to prove. Dropping the first game to their rivals, the Centennial Colts. The Colts manager, Coach Ben, has a history with George Brown, having worked there in the past. And like I mentioned previously, a rivalry game that the Colts have been waiting for this entire season, hoping to take two here. But they've been gearing up for this doubleheader for a while with the message of these blue jerseys are just another thing in the way of getting a better position for the playoffs. And the Colts looking to capitalize on this rivalry here.
Solano and Oates having a little powwow at the mountain just a moment ago, trying to get on the same page in a big AB. Counts 1-1 to Brendan Nolay. With no gloves and a gritty batting stance. Both dugouts starting to get a little louder. Here's the pitch. Foul back, and it's now 1-2.
The battle within the battle. Which dugout can be louder? Which dugout can be more disruptive? There should be a prop bet on which dugout can have the most impact. I'm not sure how you'd put odds on that. But
here's the pitch. Just down, and it moves now to 2-2. No, both these dugouts trying to urge their teammates on. This is a epic battle going on right now. Two players locked in. A huge at-bat when it comes to the leverage and the circumstances. In the fifth inning, the pitch. That one's hit a mile high. It is fading, and it'll fall harmlessly out of play. The battle will continue.
Fighting hard is Nole. I believe it's his third or fourth foul ball on the at-bat, giving Oates no room to work without threat of putting a ball in play.
Nole absolutely battling. Oates trying to put him away. He's probably going to go something off speed here in my eyes. Here's the pitch. That one's foul off again. Nole spoiling like milk on a summer day. This guy will not go down without a fight. He's thrown him a couple of fastballs. He's been on them. He's thrown him some off-speed stuff. He's been on them. I don't know what I'm throwing if I'm Oates.
You know, it's really unfortunate when you put spoiled milk in your oats. You know, it's it's a real bummer. But Liam looking to get the punch out.
That one's high for ball three, and the count's now full.
Protect, protect, protect. That's always what you're taught in Little League when it comes to big at-bats like this. Protect the plate.
Here's a huge pitch. Count full. Here it comes. That one's grounded towards the third baseman. Turner, the throw onto first is in time. Scooped nicely by Warden, and the side is retired. The Colts get the better of a big battle. It remains 2-2. You're watching Colts baseball on OCAA Live.
I got tracking my shit. Now they see that I'm smarter. I gotta get money. I love to get charter. I gave them 4 burgers and 1 for a startup. I can't let them down. Walk around with my guard. I'm screaming out YOLO. Yeah, that's still them.
Now hitting for your Centennial Colts, number 18, Kevin Akiyama.
We're back here at Centennial Colts baseball action as they take on the George Brown Huskies. A pitching change to report for the Huskies. It is now Nathan Long, number 16, coming in to pitch for the Huskies.
Akiyama at the dish, hoping to redeem himself from previous woes at the plate earlier tonight.
That one is down for ball 1. In there for a called strike.
There's that low at the knees strike that this umpire loves. A lot of strikes called in that area tonight.
Nathan Long, the pitcher now for the George Brown Huskies. He is a Whitby, Ontario product. On the season, he's thrown 18 innings. As a swing and a miss there. Moves the count to 2-2. He's thrown 18 innings. He's allowed 23 runs, including 18 earned, 24 Ks. He is second on the team in innings pitched, as that one is outside for ball 3. He's got an ERA of 6.87, but a K/9 of 9.16. So similar in a lot of respects to Finley Butler, where he can punch you out, but he's also prone to those. That's a base on balls for Akiyama, and that is exactly how the Colts were hoping to lead off the inning.
Like we saw before, though, just because the ERA isn't what they probably hoped doesn't mean that they can't punish you with the strikeouts. Butler recording more than I can count, to say the least, in strikeouts, and Long looking to follow suit, as that one's hit between the first and second baseman. Akiyama rounds second, goes to third.
And they've got a runner caught in a rundown now.
Caught in a rundown.
Hase in some trouble. Meanwhile, the runner's heading for home. He will score. And the Colts take the lead. They are all sorts of fired up here on the third base dugout. That is some heady baseball there from Kevin Akiyama. Meanwhile, Hase makes his way back to first base without any problems. And all of a sudden, the Colts have the lead. That is some determination if I've ever seen it.
What turned into a simple single from Hase turned into a nightmare for the George Brown Huskies, now trailing by 1 with not as much baseball left to play as they would hope.
Tejan O'Sullivan stepping into the batter's box. That one is in there for a strike. That is a huge swing right there. That one is going to be bobbled by the third baseman there. That's Lupton, who's unable to come up with it cleanly, and the Colts now all of a sudden have runners on first and second.
34, Brandon Turner.
Not the start Long was looking for. 2 batters up, three batters up, 3 batters on, no outs. 1 run scored, and the bottom of the order on deck, or what is the beginning of the bottom of the order on deck for the Colts.
Brandon Turner now stepping up to the plate. He had a walk and grounded out to the pitcher in his last 2 ABs. That one's in there for strike 1. By the way, the roughly speaking final line for Finley Butler, he racked up the Ks. 9 total by my count. So he was dealing, but on in relief Nathan Long kind of being let down here a little bit by his defense. having some trouble himself locating the zone. It's not what you want to see from your high leverage relievers.
No, not at all. Having to have a little powwow here in the mound to get on the same page, try and figure out what they're trying to do to get through BT, who's one of the Colts' best hitters. They're not in a position where they can walk him like the Colts did to George Brown's counterpart. So they're going to have to figure out what to do here.
Long stepping off. The Colts letting their base runners know to get back to the base, just in case they weren't aware. It's Turner, Warden, and Minnick. Next three batters due up with none away and runners on first and second. Here's the pitch. That one's lashed down the first base line, but foul. Turner got every stitch of that one. But now the count moves to 2 strikes on the Colts' third baseman. By the way, underratedly having a nice game defensively too. He's made a couple of really good plays, and Warden on the receiving end has done a nice job. He's on deck at receiving the ball over at first. Turner. Another huge opportunity for the Colts to blow things open. The pitch. Nothing doing. That one's blocked by Ferris, but the count remaining in the Colts' favor.
Patience here is key. No outs, runners on. If you can get one more on, you're loading the bases for the middle of your order, the middle bottom of your order, who, even though they're hitting in the 6, 7, 8, 9 spot, are still productive nonetheless.
That one a ball inside, and it loads the count up full. It's now 3-2. Could potentially send the runners here if you really want to get frisky. Here's the 3-2. That one's hit up in the air. Should be playable for the shortstop for the Huskies. It's an infield fly as it's played by Peters, and there's one away.
You know, this song says might not end up in the Hall of Fame for those of you that can't hear it, but if there's one walk-up song that will, it's Zach Warden's.
Zach Warden, the sports journalist extraordinaire turned baseball player extraordinaire. He's got a pair of punch-outs in the game to his ledger, but now facing a new pitcher looking to reverse his fortunes as that one's down for ball 1. He knows how to put up a competitive at-bat. We saw that in the first half of the doubleheader. So if he can do exactly that and perhaps even collect a base knock, I'm sure the Colts will be just fine with that. They now lead in this one 3-2. The pitch. That's fouled off. And it's now 1-1. It is frigid beyond frigid here. Feels like I'm sitting in a meat locker.
Welcome to Canadian October baseball, baby.
We are out here and we are vibing. The Colts themselves also having a good time. They're up 3-2. Speaking of, here's the pitch. That breaking ball down and away. Warden not biting.
That was a great take. As that pitch was coming in, I was like, I'm swinging at that. And there's a like I say every broadcast, there's a reason I'm on the desk and they're on the field. But
precisely.
That was a nice pitch and a nice layoff by Warden.
That one's fouled off, and the count now even at 2-2. Just one away. It was the pop out by Brandon Turner just moments ago. That is the lone out recorded by Nathan Long, the relief pitcher for the George Brown Huskies. This one getting dicey. Can Warden make Long pay? The pitch. Fouled off, and Warden getting into those classic two-strike battles as we saw in the previous ball game.
And the last one he got into, he came out on top, so hopefully he can keep that undefeated streak alive. He was walked in the first one after taking what we believe to be an 11-pitch at bat. This one starting to creep up towards that same total.
The pitch. Ball 3, and he's worked the count full. Can Warden draw the walk and load the bases for Carter Minnick? Minnick himself also looking to get off the schneid a little bit here, but Warden will have to finish his at-bat first. The check back to second there by Long, though he doesn't see anything of particular interest. Just the baseball player standing at second base. I'm not really sure what he was expecting.
Well, it might be more of a tactic to try and disrupt the batter more so than the runners.
The full count. Payoff pitch. He winds, he works. Fouled off again. And charging in is the Colts ball boy. Good hustle from him. One of several Colts this afternoon and evening that have shown plenty of hustle.
Absolutely. Like I said, we coined the term Big Bird for Zach, but we might have to change his name to Foul Freddy after this, because this is 2 at-bats now where he's hit at least 5 foul balls, totaling double digits on the day.
He is in there doing work. The only question is if the work will pay off. Long checks the runner. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The runner's also going. The play, he is safe at third base. So it's a double steal there, but Warden goes down swinging for his 3rd punch out of the game. Not a great showing for him, unfortunately, but they are at least able to advance the runners on the stolen bases. Carter Minnick now stepping into the box. He himself trying to cash in a pair of runners in scoring position. That one is strike 1 as he fouls it away. Two down. Colts did take the lead as Long steps off and rethinks his game plan. The Colts did take the lead earlier in the inning. It was Kevin Akiyama who scored on a crazy rundown play. Here's the pitch. That one bounces in, blocked nicely there by the catcher Ferris. And it's now 1-1.
Long looking to get out of trouble here. Runners in scoring position on 2nd and 3rd for Minnick. Prime opportunity as he plops that one up.
It'll
dropped,
fall!
and a run scores.
That is exactly why you run out every single pitch, as that one plops in right in front of the back catcher Ferris, allowing Shoya Hase to cash in, and that stolen base ends up huge as a, goodness, I guess an infield single there. Minnick's first hit of the ball game. And now the Colts lead 4-2. Robbie Salerno stepping up now. He has a single in addition to a strikeout.
Colts doing a very good job today of rallying in the latter half of innings when there's 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Able to cash in at least one, if not a few. There have been a couple innings, a couple lengthy innings that have positively impacted the Colts here on offense.
That one's lashed down the first base line. It'll score the
Fifth run.
fifth run of the ball game.
5-2.
Tijon O'Sullivan there, able to waltz home. That's a well-hit single there for Robbie Salerno.
Minnick having to do a little bit of a matrix action there. You might want to call him Neo Minnick from now on, having to get out of the way of that line drive. But he advances to second on that single, and Hasse scores, making it 5-2 for the Colts. Runner still in scoring position on second, looking to keep adding to that total.
That one's lashed down the line, but foul. No, exactly that. That is some really great stuff from the Colts. Again, putting together these late rallies late in the ball game when things are tight and coming through and scoring some very clutch runs. Again, we're in the bottom of the fifth, so the runway for the Huskies to get back into this one is shallow, to say the least. Just 7-inning ball games, so they only have a pair of innings left to work with. That's a ball in the dirt to the left fielder, Devin Bogdan. First and second with 2 away. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss there on a nice fastball. And Bogdan looks a little overmatched there. We hope you are enjoying this one from the comfort of your surely well-heated and nice and toasty home. We are anything but toasty. And that one will slip out of the glove of the catcher Ferris, allowing the Colts to steal a couple of bags, no problem. Salerno moves up to third base. Well, Salerno moves up to second base, and Carter Minnick moving over to third.
Second and third, 2 outs. Runners in scoring position where the Colts want them to be and are so good at catching them in so far today. Like I was saying before, they just seem to have the bats working a little more when they got guys on third and second.
You can't teach the clutch gene, because they're just doing a good job. With runners on, the ball gets away. That's going to allow another run to score for the Colts, and the lead widens even further as Minnick comes in to score on the wild pitch.
Now hitting for your Centennial Colts.
And that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying about the long backstop. I'm not sure that at the field the Colts normally play at Nielsen Park that the runner goes on that one necessarily, but with this large backstop, catchers are at a major disadvantage on pass balls, and you saw it happening right before your eyes right there.
Exactly. Anything that gets past them, it's trouble plenty. And that pass ball is the fourth run of the inning for the Colts. That's a ball now as it's Owen Nichols into the batter's box. And for the second time this afternoon/evening, the Colts are on the precipice of batting around. The Sticks took a little while to wake up, but they have woken up with a vengeance. Runners on the corners. That one is down. Countdown moves to 2-0. And for Nathan Long, this one just catastrophically bad. He comes in with the game tied and allows 4 runs. The Huskies just collapsing. That one's hit to the shortstop there, fielded cleanly by Peters. He will flip on a second, but the ball gets past the first baseman, allowing another run to score.
Now hitting number 18.
Robbie Salerno will cross the plate on the E6. This one is starting to drag as the Colts battle around here. Nichols reaches, and Kevin Akiyama, who scored the first run of the 5th inning, gets himself another chance, as we've got a mound visit coming for the George Brown Huskies here. This one is going poorly. This one's going
Poorly to say the least. Long not having the outing he was looking for, especially when he was put in a position where his team trusted him. And by no means is this entirely his fault. A couple pass balls by Ferris, a couple errors in the field, some drop pop flies, some poorly thrown attempts to first. It's a team effort. It's a team game, but I'm sure it feels like 1,000 pounds on the shoulders of Long right now as his coach walks back to the dugout.
The boys in blue in the roadside dugout sending encouragement to their reliever, but he's just kind of eating it now as into the box steps Kevin Akiyama. That one's a ball in the dirt for ball one. Akiyama with his second at-bat of the inning. In his first at-bat of the inning, he drew a base on balls and eventually came around to score. Akiyama calls time.
Strategically calling time as the pitcher's getting ready to throw the pitch. A little maybe mean-spirited on that one given the inning that Long has had, but
I think it's just gamesmanship, you know?
Gamesmanship nonetheless.
Listen, you're going to stand there, you're going to sit there and wait for your sign, you know? If I'm in my rhythm and you're trying to throw me off my rhythm, I'm just going to call time, buddy. Akiyama, one of the standout players from today's game. Here's the pitch. That one's high for a ball.
Pardon my pun here, but this has been one long inning.
You could say that again. Checking in on the forecast, it is 6 degrees with the wind chill feels like 3.
We are slowly on the decline here in Ajax as the man in front of me is walking around in shorts. Not sure how he's doing that.
Swing and a miss there by Akiyama. Yeah, I can't feel my toes.
I need some insulated socks for next time.
Yeah, you're running with the Blue Jay socks, which I respect the dedication, but given how the ball game went, I think that may have been a mistake.
They stink about as much as those socks right now. As we wait for Long to pitch.
Here's the pitch. In there for a strike.
That low at the knee strike, I'll say it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's been working on this umpire all night and Long trying to take advantage of that.
We hope you've enjoyed this evening's ball game. We want to thank you, as always, for tuning in. It is always a pleasure giving you everything you need on Centennial Colts action. Here's the pitch. That one in the dirt. It's blocked nicely, but meanwhile, up 90 feet goes Owen Nichols, which puts runners on second and third. This inning does not want to end, and the Huskies in the field surely hoping this one would be over sooner than later. That one's fouled off.
No lack of energy coming from the ball boys out of the dugout for the Colts. Somehow still staying on their toes for anything foul ball related. There must be some sort of energy drink by the likes of Red Bull or Monster in that dugout there.
Something like that. It is so cold, man. I am freezing my tush off. This is cold. The pitch. Inside for ball 4. So Akiyama draws his second walk of the inning. And this one does not want to end. So Shoya Hase with another chance. Showtime. Trying to do some more damage with the bases loaded. And I guess Nathan Long just having to eat it.
Showtime Shoya ready to show him what he's made of.
The first pitch. High for ball one.
You have to imagine if you're in the George Brown dugout what the next step is, because we are only in the 5th inning. There is still baseball to be played. If you're an offensive player, if you're a batter, what's going through your head?
I'm swinging, and I'm trying to get this ball game over as soon as possible. I am just swinging with the freedom of I don't know. I have the green light, and even if coach gives me the red light, I'm swinging anyways because this game's over. It is not going well in the Huskies' favor. That one's swung on and fouled off for strike one. Excuse me, for 1 and 2. Showtime Shoyohase, the Japanese import, looking like a fine wine. Here's the pitch. That's a ball, and it's now 2 and 2.
Getting a lot of love from his dugout.
That one is
rifles that one through the wickets of the shortstop.
That's in there for a base hit. That'll score a pair of runners. The damage does not stop coming. That is the 6th and 7th runs of the inning for the Centennial Colts. Meanwhile, Akiyama moves up to 3rd base on that one, and Shoyohase will coast over to first.
Shoya showing everybody what he can do with that 2 RBI single, advancing the runner to 3rd as well. Runner still in scoring position. This is, I'm not 100% sure on the number, but we're approaching at least the 5th or 6th batter that Long has had to face with runners in scoring position, as there seems to be some sort of discussion as to what's going to happen.
Yeah, not really sure what's going on here. This is unconventional to say the least. They look like they're getting the baseballs, but the score 9-2 for the Colts over the George Brown Huskies. This one has gotten out of hand fast, as looks like a call to the bullpen for the Huskies as they will turn to a new reliever. It is perhaps long past due, but
it was a long walk back to the dugout for that guy there.
Yeah, I guess you could say that much. Now this one was close, and then it was very not close. Well, that's okay.
George Brown a long ways away from trying to tie this one up, but they're going to look to try and limit the damage with this inning still alive. Runners on at the corners.
We will return after the warm-up is complete. You're watching OCAA baseball. It's the Colts 9, the Huskies 2. In the pitch now for the George Brown Huskies is reliever Michael Guardiero as the Colts send their 12th batter to the dish here in the 5th inning. It has dragged on and on and on and on and on as a pass ball there will allow another run to score for the Colts. That is not how Guardiero imagined his evening starting, as Akiyama will cross the plate for the second time this inning. And this one is quickly getting out of hand. So
do you mind checking your scorecard there and finding out how many batters have gone through with 2 outs?
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 batters with 2
this
outs.
is the 7th batter with 2 outs, as that one's in the dirt for ball 2. T-John O'Sullivan is the batter. He's second baseman, although it's been so long since he's been in the field, I forgot that he was the second baseman. T-John O'Sullivan into the batter's box. He scored. He singled his last at bat and eventually scored.
Something to be noted here, it is currently 10-2 with 2 more runs. The mercy rule does come into effect.
I mean, at this point, I think we all deserve a little bit of mercy. 10-2. It's a thrashing as that one's in the dirt for ball 3. Oh, by the way, Hase's on third now. He has taken the base on the wild pitch.
Just in case you were wondering.
Just in case you were wondering.
We have an update.
We have an update. Yeah, it's a barn burner here. The Colts.
I wish the barn was burning because it might warm me up a bit.
Oh, my goodness. Tell me about it. It is cold. It is frigid. It is 10-2. The Colts have taken this one in what was a tight game and turned it into a laugher, as that one's ball 4, and O'Sullivan reaches on the walk.
Bat for the Colts, number 34, Brandon Turner.
Ward, something to be noted, Zach Warden, the batter on deck, was in fact the second out and is 1 batter away from taking the plate again in the same inning.
That would be something kind of impeccable. Could you imagine if he was the second and third out? That would be, I mean, listen, Brandon Turner was the first out. I mean, Turner could be the first and third out. That would be quite something.
It's definitely a stat line I'm not sure they want, but one that's worth noting.
I mean, it'd be a nice trivia question. Put him on Jeopardy. This ball player was the cause of 2 outs in the same inning as the runner heads for second.
Right now we need the Jeopardy theme song just playing.
No throw, by the way. Can you tell we're cold? That'll be O'Sullivan who will advance to second without a throw. So now Shoya Hase on third, T-John O'Sullivan on second, Brandon Turner at the bat, and Zach Warden on deck with 2 outs in the 5th inning. Shades of the 7th inning in the 2015 American League Division Series between the Blue Jays and the Texas Rangers. That inning went an hour. This one going probably close to about the same amount. I couldn't tell you exactly when this inning started, but what I definitely can tell you is it has been a long inning.
I see what you did there.
Well
done. Well done.
That one gets past the catcher for ball 4, and meanwhile, Shoya Hase will coast in there, scoring another run for the Colts.
Back for your Colts, number 61, Zach Warden.
And Zach Warden will step up again. By my count, there have been 5 base on balls this inning. You are not going to have success if you are walking 5 batters. That is just not going to work in a single inning. That's a ball. Runners on the corners again for the Colts, who are laying it on thick. The catcher Ferris heading out to Guardiero to chat. What he could possibly be telling him at this point, I have no idea. There's a famous clip from, I believe it was the 2017 MLB playoffs. It was Pedro Baez pitching, and he was pulled, as that one's down for a ball. He was pulled by his manager after allowing several runs. And as he walks off, as is customary for many Major League Baseball players, he points to this guy in acknowledgement of whoever it may be. And the broadcaster, who I believe was Joe Buck, but I couldn't tell you for sure, says something to the effect of, he points to the heavens. One can only imagine he is asking for forgiveness for whatever that was. I would imagine that the Huskies will be asking for forgiveness tonight, as there's another base on balls. The line continues to move. Turner moves up to second, and Warden draws the walk.
Fun fact here, Jory. A hit or a walk now gets the Colts to 12, which means they're up by 10 in the 5th inning. And everybody knows what that means. I won't speak it because I am a superstitious person. Maybe a little stitious.
Nah, there it is. Yes, we are in walk-off territory, which would be nice.
It would be fitting given the amount of walks that have been rendered tonight.
If this is the last at-bat of the ball game, we want to thank you for joining us. It has been a pleasure announcing this one. It was close for a while, and then it was extremely not. Here's the pitch. That one is hit to the left side, fielded by the third baseman. The throw onto first is not in time, and that will allow 2 runs to score, and I think it will end the ball game. That will do it.
Your Centennial Colts, with the final being 13 for the Colts, 2 for the Huskies.
The Colts win this one, 12-2.
And we thank everyone for coming out.
The Colts walk it off, kind of.
Well,
they
got the win. That's all that matters. How you do it, when you do it, what inning you do it, and how many runs you score. It don't matter as long as you walk away with the W, which the Colts did today. As they line up to show some sportsmanship to the other team, taking both of today's doubleheader, improving to, I believe, a 11-3 record, making a case to have a better spot in the playoffs as those creep closer and closer as October moves forward.
It has definitely been a tremendous night from Ajax Sportsplex. A ton of fun. A frigid night, but the Colts come away with a pair of victories. We want to thank you very much for joining us. We will catch you on the other side.